Ahora sí, esto está funcionando porque puedo ver que el microfonito te pone las pinches ondas verdes. Vaya, solamente tuve que cambiar absolutamente todo en el puto setup de mierda que tenía, pero muy feliz viernes. Ese tipo de viernes, ¿no? Otra cosa que me salió perfectamente hoy, hace semanas había hecho una cita para cortarme el pelo hoy y justamente a la hora que me voy a ir a cortar el pelo es cuando juega Estados Unidos en el Mundial. Así que hoy tenía que salir todo así. Está perfecto. ¿Por qué? Porque me la pela. De todas maneras, aquí estamos con todos ustedes. Bienvenidos a un episodio más del Casino del Tío Salo. Hoy están para que sepan, en Estados Unidos tenemos otro pinche día de fiesta, otro día feriado que se llama Juneteenth, que acabo de buscarlo, no les voy a mentir, que aparentemente es cuando eh, liberaron esclavos que habían en Texas. Entonces, vamos a celebrar a la gente que liberaron a los esclavos que vivían en Texas. No sé hace cuánto tiempo, ¿no? Uy, qué chingón. Entonces, no abren la bolsa y no abren los bancos aquí en Estados Unidos. Todo está cerrado, para que lo sepan. Entonces, ni modo, se la van a tener que pelar y solamente vamos a hablar de cripto en putiza. Ahora, antes de empezar, ¿a qué le tienes que poner atención, tío? Justamente lo que he estado platicando es lo que parece que se está dando, ¿no? Un poco de la confirmación de lo que tuve fue, y esto estoy aventándomela solamente de lo que he leído que la gente dice, porque no lo he visto, no les voy a mentir, de que la Reserva Federal dijo que ya no van a bajar tipos y que los van a subir. Y la razón por la que lo sé es porque todos están llorando como pinches nenas de mierda, que es justamente lo que habíamos dicho iba a pasar, ¿no? Una vez que pones a todo el mundo de ese lado, de que no van a bajar los tipos y que van a subir, etcétera, ahí es cuando lo podemos ver. La otra cosa que tenemos para corroborar esto es, nadie entiende que por ley los tipos van a bajar en el próximo año. Tenemos que ver cuándo, porque no, también no le vamos a jugar al adivino, pero sabemos que el intento de QE, o una gran parte de QE que va a empezar el próximo año, que es, para la gente que no sepa qué es QE, simplemente llamémoslo impresión de dinero. Normalmente ocurre a través de la Reserva Federal, esta vez va a ocurrir a través de las empresas más grandes del planeta y de Estados Unidos, a través de todo lo que es las leyes de cripto. Y te preguntarás, güey, Alejandro, ¿cómo es que eres tan inteligente tú? Y sabes que todo esto está ocurriendo, pero nadie más habla de esto. Y te voy a llevar a decirte, no es que sea inteligente, no es que nada, literalmente, la gente por alguna razón no le hace caso a la ley. No tengo, no nada más no tengo idea por qué, pero es por cómo les venden las leyes. Es lo primero. Y siempre les doy este ejemplo, y perdón que me repita, y ahorita les voy a decir para dónde va el mercado entonces, de acuerdo a lo que hemos dicho, para repetirme otra vez, porque la idea es repetirme, porque en cuanto algo pasa, ustedes creen que todo cambió, y no, vamos de acuerdo a lo que hemos dicho. Pero para repetirme un poco, en toda California cambiamos todas las leyes para poder volver esta hermosa ciudad que estaba creciendo, floreciendo divinamente en el 2000, por ahí del 2008, 2009, 2010. Yo sé que es la gran crisis económica, la chingada, pero estábamos floreciendo, no teníamos crimen, no había vagabundos, todo el mundo estaba metido en todo lo que es entretenimiento, entonces nos estaba yendo poca madre. Y de repente, entre todos, con obviamente el gran capitán Gavin Newsom, gran Kamala Harris, gran Jerry Brown, empezaron a sacar propuestas para que nosotros votáramos a favor o en contra, los ciudadanos. Y todas estas propuestas que nosotros mismos votamos, sí, eso es lo que queremos, fue cada una de estas leyes que pasó para crear este delicioso desmadre que tenemos en Los Ángeles, que ahora parece excusado, lleno de vagabundos, cagándose en donde sea, metiéndose heroína en todas las esquinas, metiéndose a tu edificio, acosando a todas las mujeres, sacándose el pito de frente de todas las mujeres. Creen que estoy mamando, pero todo esto me pasó. Y es por eso que también vendí todas mis propiedades. Estaba hasta la verga de tener que escuchar diario, güey, hay un güey con jeringas atoradas en el brazo en el edificio, tienes que hacer algo. Sí, déjame voy y lo saco yo personalmente, güey. Habla a la pinche limpieza o a la policía, no sé qué decirte. Ah, pero la policía no viene porque cambiamos esas leyes. Todo eso lo hicimos nosotros. Nos pidieron permiso y nosotros fue de, sí, por favor, queremos más vagabundos. Obviamente no te lo vendieron así. Te lo vendieron como, güey, hay que hacer que la gente que está en la cárcel porque se fumó un churro no esté en la cárcel. Entonces, eso tiene mucho sentido, ¿no? Como ahorita que te está diciendo, güey, tenemos que hacer que compres Bitcoin porque la gente está muy asoleada y muy bien nutrida y además está bien balanceada y le encanta chupar tetas y muy guapa. Esa gente tenemos que ayudarla comprando Bitcoin. Eso es todo lo que acabamos de pasar con el Clarity Act y lo que, bueno, el Clarity Act todavía le queda un paso más, pero el Genius Act y todo eso. Es literalmente para el dólar. ¿Ok? Es como funciona esta chingadera. Entonces, nosotros mismos que votamos por estas cosas no sabemos lo que estamos votando y no entendemos las leyes que están pasando porque no nos interesa. Esto lo puedes explicar de una manera muy sencilla. Cuando buscas algo en línea o cuando ves un headline en línea, ¿cuánta gente, incluyéndote a ti, hijo de tu madre, te estoy volteando a ver, no te hagas pendejo, no, yo no hago eso, Alejandro. Yo sí me meto y leo todo el artículo para asegurarme que en verdad no sea solamente un título que es un clickbait y el artículo dice otra cosa. Cállate, cállate el hocico. El CEO de McLaren, cuando yo hice mi primer video, cuando en ese entonces no habían pendejos como yo, donde dije, estas son las 5 razones por las que no compro McLaren, que acabo diciendo, en cuanto tengan estas nuevas cosas voy a estar comprando McLarens. El güey me puso en la lista negra, despidió al güey que salía en el video conmigo y después, cuando vino a pedirme perdón porque mi cena se quemó, me confesó que nunca vio el video. Tú eres ese güey, el CEO de McLaren. Idéntico, idéntico, no te hagas pendejo. Por eso estas cosas ocurren. Eso te explica la mentalidad de todo el mundo. Ah, esto es bueno para cripto, perfecto. Voy a chupar tetas, voy a seguir siendo guapo y precioso y todo. Esto es el Genius Act que favorecen al dólar. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante entender esto? Porque literalmente en este momento nos están vendiendo, y lo que yo les he dicho es sencillo, les voy a poner la teoría enfrente de todos ustedes una vez más. Es esto. QE empieza en el 2027, entendemos eso, ¿no? A través de compras de dólares de tesorería a corto plazo, que es deuda americana, que es el problema que tiene el dólar por lo que se iba a morir, de acuerdo a todo tu Paco favorito, que solamente está leyendo el y no la puta noticia, la noticia en eso, pero es cómo funcionan sus mentes pequeñitas, vacías, chiquitas, huecas, pero llenas de conocimientos de la universidad. Eh, Perdón, estoy intentando ir lo más rápido posible con esto. Creo que me voy a detener tantito y vamos a seguir para adelante. Por eso en este momento, aunque no lo crean mis estimados, estamos viendo los intereses bajar en lo que los están amenazando de todas estas subidas. Ahora, no están bajando potencialmente. Tienes que entender que lo que vamos nosotros ahorita a ver, y lo primero que ocurre es intereses a corto plazo, 3 meses, 6 meses, 9 meses, un año, 2 años, son los que más van a bajar más rápido, porque la compra de monedas y la creación de monedas estables es la compra directa de eso. Entonces, Tesla, Google y todos ellos van a poner fortunas ahí. Y para la deuda a largo plazo, lo que ocurre es, como el gobierno ya se puede financiar infinitamente a corto plazo, van a crear menos deuda a largo plazo, haciéndola más deseada, y ella va a bajar poco a poco, no tan rápido como la de a corto plazo. Pero Alejandro, tienes un ejemplo para esto. Está ocurriendo ya, y ahí te va esto, ¿ok? Vamos a ponerlo en putiza. Y esto es lo cabrón de todo esto, que literalmente hasta que no pasa en grande nadie se da cuenta. Dime si te han dicho que los intereses a corto plazo han bajado 33%. Aquí está el pico, obviamente en el 2023, y a donde estás ahorita han bajado 33%. Vas en una tendencia bajista. ¿De cuánto están bajando los intereses en el bono? Bueno, en la tesorería a un año. Y ha llegado a bajar hasta 43%. Eso quiere decir que el próximo bajo que tenga esto va a bajar de 43%, casi 50%, la mitad. Y nadie habla de esto. Nadie, todo el mundo te está diciendo, no, es que el dólar, tío, se va a ir a la mega verga. El 2 años. Y una vez más, esto afecta más a tesorería, más a corto plazo. Está abajo 20%. Ya ha estado abajo y va a volver a caer de 36%. Y aquí es donde los voy a poner. El bono a 10 años por excelencia para prestar dinero en Estados Unidos para cuando te compras un coche, una hipoteca, etcétera. Todo el mundo cree que es la de 30 años, pero es esta. Está bajo 11%. 11% ahorita, con este bajo más bajo en 21%. de cuando tuvimos el pedo de Hamas. Pero lo único que te dicen es que el dólar se va a ir a cero y que los intereses van a subir. Y si me voy a acercar tantito al dólar, si ustedes ya aprendieron algo en este pinche canal de mierda de análisis técnico, estás viendo que está en una tendencia alcista, en la semanal, en la diaria, etcétera. Pero si te llevo a la trimestral, lo más bonito de todo es esto, la evidencia que existe en contra de todo esto. Esta es una clara tendencia alcista. Y en velas trimestrales, el dólar va a cerrar esta vela trimestral en 11 días. Lleva un año subiendo, poco a poco. Un año. Cada una de estas velas es 3 meses, 6 meses, 9 meses, un año. El dólar lleva un año subiendo. Ahora, ¿qué quiere decir esto para todos ustedes? Uno, que este pinche loco conspiranoico de mierda que se saca teorías de solamente la ley, va por buen camino. Por eso les digo, con cripto estoy esperando todo lo que les estoy diciendo. Tal cual. Sobre todo lo que más me gusta de cripto en este momento es, literalmente estamos en precios de hace 5 años. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que hay una consolidación súper potente ocurriendo en este momento y normalmente cuando tienes eso, tienes movimientos gigantescos que le siguen. Entonces, el movimiento a la alza, y es lo que yo digo del gran superciclo, puede ser eso. Ahora, puede estar mal en mi teoría, se los he contado 1000 veces, puede que esto tarde más, pero va a pasar. Entonces, para mí me da igual, ¿no? Que vaya a tardar más, porque una vez más, no soy como la gran mayoría que me escribe y me dice, oye, Ale, yo todos tus videos, ¿cómo no? Y quiero que tú me recomiendes especialmente, necesito hacer el doble de mi dinero. ¿Qué es lo que yo debería hacer? Y le pone fecha, ¿no? Como de aquí a diciembre, ¿crees que haga el doble? ¿No? Que es la notificación más grande de este güey, va a perder todo su dinero de aquí a diciembre. Eso es lo que me dice. No, güey, no tengo una estrategia especial para gente que me escribe donde van a hacer el doble de dinero y yo solamente me estoy esperando como pendejo sin hacer el doble de dinero. Lo que yo estoy haciendo es lo que yo creo es la mejor opción para poder hacer un chingo de dinero. Si no, no lo estaría haciendo yo, ¿no? Espero que eso quede claro porque no es muy claro si vieran mis mensajes. No es muy claro si ven mis correos. No es muy claro. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque les había contado que lo que yo esperaría es justamente lo que está pasando en este momento, donde estás viendo a cripto aguantar, por cierto, encima del S&P 200 semanal. Voy a poner el 200 semanal, un segundo, qué tabla es la limpia, la más limpia que tengo. Esta, es más, voy a compartir esto también en putiza. Esta es la tabla de Bitcoin. Ahora, entiendan, estamos en estos precios del 2021. O sea, llevamos 5 años aquí, 5 años, quieras o no, entre abajo y arriba, ¿no? 5 años en este nivel, donde ves la línea roja, esta que estoy poniendo ahí es donde llevas 5 años, carnal. ¿Bien? Ok. Pero la cosa que quiero que notes no es eso. Es que cripto está en un canal alcista, que estás por encima de tu S&P 200 y que la bolsa no está cayendo. Este no es el 2022. Ahora, habíamos platicado que el 24 de junio es cuando en el ciclo del 2018 tuvimos la siguiente pata para abajo. Y se ha portado esto casi un 1 a 1, casi un 1 a 1 en todos los movimientos grandes. Entonces, estamos literalmente a 6 días, ¿no? Del 24, no son 5, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5 días de llegar a esa zona, donde puedes ver la siguiente pata para abajo, ¿ok? En cripto. Aguantando el S&P 200, aguantando la línea de tendencia que desde el 2022 aguantó perfectamente en todos los bajos, funcionó perfectamente aquí en los altos y tienes la media aquí arriba en $97,000, ¿ok? ¿Por qué les enseño esto? Porque puede que tengas un momento de, ¿no? Algo así, para después continuar, eventualmente. O puedes continuar aquí, literalmente haciendo esto 1 año, 2 años más, si quieres, ¿no? Pero esto que están viendo aquí, de acuerdo a todo lo que está llorando todo el mundo, no tiene sentido. ¿Cómo está llorando todo el mundo que MicroStrategy? Tienen que notar esto. Michael Saylor Siempre ha sido un imbécil. Se los he dicho una y otra vez. Cuando todo está arriba y todo el mundo está de, güey, déjame le lamo los huevos a Michael Saylor porque dice cosas muy sofisticadas. Es un pendejo con un gran vocabulario. Y esto no lo digo para hacerlo menos, ¿no? Porque Dios bendiga a toda la gente que es útil para el gobierno de Estados Unidos y sus operaciones psicológicas. Dios los bendiga a todos ellos porque le pagan cabrón. Pero Michael Saylor, para cualquier persona que tiene dos neuronas, ha sido un imbécil día uno. Y ahorita les ponen un video a todos ustedes donde, güey, Michael Saylor armó sus nuevas empresas, sus nuevas estrategias de strategy con AI y la chingada. Y ahora ustedes creen que se están dando cuenta ustedes que Michael Saylor es un pendejo. No, 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 no. Ese es pensamiento implantado, tío, en tu cerebro. No en tu cerebro, en lo que sea que tengas ahí arriba. Ese no es tu pensamiento original. No de la nada te diste cuenta que Michael Saylor es un imbécil. No, no, no. Lo único que está ocurriendo es te están volteando para después volverte a voltear. Es como funciona esto. No, no sé si se han dado cuenta que es como funciona el gobierno de Estados Unidos y toda la retórica de todo. Güey, todos los putos y los transvestis y todos son lo mejor y si alguien los molesta los vamos a matar. Corte A, hijo de puta, es que güey, ese güey, no queremos a los putos ni a los transvestis ni nada. No se han dado cuenta de esto. Y ahora estoy siendo solamente completamente explícito en el cambio tan radical de cómo la gente fue de un lado al otro. No, no son ustedes, los están haciendo pensar así para poder hacerlos pelearse más y no entender que no hay coherencia alguna. No existe coherencia alguna cuando tienes una sociedad que les está dando la misma gente que está en la lista de Epstein, son los que te dijeron, güey, existe la lista de Epstein. Y luego ellos mismos te dijeron, te voy a dar toda la lista de Epstein. Y luego ustedes dijeron, sí, a huevo, dámela. Y te dan toda censurada y no lo puedes creer. Son los mismos imbéciles que dicen, güey, eh, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, no, yo quiero comprar Bitcoin porque está fuera del sistema y cripto porque está fuera del sistema. Y ahí están todos llorando que, por favor, Donald Trump, compra el sistema, compra cripto, compra todas estas cosas, por favor, que todos los fondos más grandes del mundo inviertan y que saquen ETFs. No es su culpa, no es su culpa, son animales, son dirigiditos como el ganado, pero con formas más sofisticadas. Ustedes ven al ganado y ven que les dice, ¡ah! Y con el perro y el pinche güey en el caballo manda al ganado a un lado. Aquí es un poco más sofisticado el pedo. Es con noticias que crees que tú estás pensando y tú estás formulando después de ver la noticia. "Oh, esta es mi gran opinión única que comparto con todo el mundo. Por eso todo el mundo fuera de eso suena loco para todos ustedes. Porque pues, sí, al ganado le están diciendo para allá. Imagínate que una de las vacas no se voltee y diga, oye, güey, ¿por qué? Yo quiero ir para allá. Todas las demás vacas, güey, estás loco, ahí está el perro. Sí, güey, pero es un perro. Lo puedo pisar. No, 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 estás pero pendeja, Fermina. Fermina la vaca, por supuesto. Tienes que ir con todas las vacas. Y es lo que pasa, ¿ok? Entonces, toda esa gente que dice, quiero estar fuera de cripto, no tiene coherencia suficiente para entender que le está rogando al gobierno mismo que se meta en cripto. Y luego esa misma gente que dice, yo no confío en el gobierno de Estados Unidos, les vamos a dar todos los archivos de los extraterrestres. Ay, por fin el gobierno nos va a decir qué pedo con los extraterrestres. Contra esta gente estás tradeando, brother. Si puedes escuchar lo que te estoy diciendo y suena y te das cuenta de la gran incoherencia que tiene todo el mundo, contra esa gente estás tradeando. ¿Por qué creen que todo esto por años ya llevamos pegándole y pegándole? Una vez que nos salimos del paradigma de todas las pendejadas y estas con lo de jamás. Es muy importante que lo sepan todos ustedes y que estén en esto. Ahora, ¿a dónde voy a llegar con esto? Esto es lo que tienes que entender. Si vamos a tener ese momento del dólar, puede que haya un momento más para abajo en todo y fuerte y agresivo, ¿no? Y puede que sea un fin de ciclo gigantesco. Pero personalmente pienso, y la razón por qué no es porque no tienen todas las armas listas. Y las armas listas para darles dinerito a todos ustedes son las monedas estables en todas sus carteras. Todavía ustedes no tienen todas sus carteras de monedas estables. Nadie las tiene. Nadie las tiene. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tiene que ocurrir ahorita? Va a empezar QE, un QE que nadie está empezando a entender. Básicamente lo que ocurrió en el 2020, porque va a tener el resultado de bajar los intereses, va a tener ese resultado, quieras o no. Aunque no lo entienda tu Paco favorito, va a tener resultado. Va a tener el resultado de un dólar súper fuerte porque todo el mundo está comprando esa deuda. Porque ya no quedan, que no hay compradores. Ya literalmente todo el mundo, todo el planeta que compre una moneda estable está comprando indirectamente deuda americana. Movimiento más genio, Genius Act, de toda la puta historia. Y eso que ocasiona que todo tiene que continuar para arriba. Pero ahora, atentos. La primera cosa que va a funcionar es para cripto. Ahorita lo que tienes y lo que están viendo es este overhype de cómo las acciones, y esto es lo que les están poniendo a todos ustedes. Si hubiera metido dinero en acciones en vez de en cripto, tendría más dinero. Y ahora que todos los imbéciles piensan igual, digo, toda la gente muy educada, bien taneada, bien peinada y todo eso, piensa igual, ¿qué creen que le va a pasar a las acciones? Van a dar un ajuste, tío. De aquí, entre ahora y fin de año, vas a tener un buen ajuste en las acciones. Yo diría que más pronto que no. ¿Por qué? Porque eso funciona para espantar todavía más a la gente en cripto. Y recuerda, a los que queremos espantar ahora es a la gente en cripto. ¿Por qué? Porque vas a tener esos rallies, ese super ciclo que te cantan. Es probablemente algo así que vayas a tener ahorita. Una vez más, si cripto ahorita mismo se para y sube parabólicamente, tal vez no, tal vez tengas un doble techo en el pecho y en los ojos, pero si cripto se va de aquí a fin de año solamente de lado, en lo que toda la bolsa cae. Todo el mundo dice, güey, la bolsa está cayendo, cripto va a caer más, Michael Saylor es un estúpido, siempre lo supe, pero nunca lo supe. Y en lo que la bolsa está cayendo y cripto solo se va de lado, la gente va a empezar a hablar de cómo cripto está aguantando muy bien y que qué está pasando. Te van a dar una peor noticia, la bolsa va a caer un poco más y cripto va a empezar a levantar. Y todo el mundo va a ponerse paranoico. No, es que cripto solo está levantando para caer. Esto ya ocurrió cada 4 años. Y eso es lo que creo que está a punto de pasar. Por eso, interesante que empiecen a tirar cripto en un fin de semana donde cierran la bolsa, no te dan oportunidades, te tiran todo el FOD más grande del mundo, la gente se da cuenta de lo pendejo que Michael Saylor es, de acuerdo a todos ustedes, pero su chingadera esta de MicroStrategy no cae. Y la otra, la del Strategy Dividend, esa mamada solamente está bajo 18%. Y todo el mundo está haciendo la de pedo como si fueran 100,000 millones de dólares en pérdidas. Y obviamente se habla de la liquidación de Michael Saylor. Cuando hablas de la liquidación de Michael Saylor, es lenguaje de mercado bajista acabado. Podemos ir a los 50, 53, 55, 57, sí. Por eso les digo, tengan su plan. Si tienes tú tu plan, güey, dices, güey, a mí me vale verga, güey. ¿Tú qué sabes, pendejo? Tú no eres un experto en nada, Alejandro. Tú solamente sabes de coches, cállate y vete a hablar de ellos. Yo voy a comprar entre los 30 y los 40. Pon tus putas órdenes de compra para hacerlo ahí. Ten un plan, es lo único que yo te digo. Yo te comparto mi plan, nada más. Porque soy un imbécil y lo que quiero es que hagan videos de mí para que me enseñen por los próximos 5 años, porque ya estoy aburrido de que solamente me hablen del 2021 y cómo la cagué en el 2021 con una cosa. Entonces, estoy aquí preparando otro momento para que ustedes puedan hablar de algo más presente, para que la gente tenga más material de poder echarme mierda en vez de algo que pasó hace 5 años, que son mi vieja, que no perdona y que no se le olvidan las cosas, ¿no? Entonces, aquí espero, por su bien, que vaya todo esto de acuerdo a su plan y eso. Pero lo que quiero es que tengas un puto plan y ejecutes ese pinche plan de acuerdo a lo que tienes. ¿Y por qué? Y no vayas a otros canales y que te digan qué hacer, para que aprendas de tus putos errores, tío. Es la única forma de aprender. Pon atención aquí. Si te tiran la bolsa, no quiere decir que Cristo va a caer más. Atento. Y la bolsa no tiene que, una vez más, el pronóstico de ajuste de la bolsa no es que la bolsa se vaya a ir a bajos de 2008. Es un buen ajuste ya. O sea, algo entre 10, 15, uy, mámate 20%, mámate. Y esos son los índices. Obviamente las acciones caen lo que siempre caen, por ahí de 50, 60% sobre el tope y continúan para arriba. Pero qué casualidad, fin de semana largo, te tiran todo el miedo de Michael Saylor, de Strategy, entrando en este fin de semana con Bitcoin. Y aparte estamos, temporalidad de temporalidades, estamos copiando el ciclo del 2018 Y literalmente vamos a ese 24 de junio, que fue donde encontramos ese fondo de la siguiente pata para abajo. No fue el fondo de total de esto, pero de la siguiente pata para abajo. Y aquí la diferencia es, aquí ya hay bancos, ya hay dinero institucional. Y algo que mucha gente no entiende y que les dice y les ponen, porque esto lo he visto, los bancos todavía no están posicionados, por eso quieren sacar a Michael Saylor. Los bancos compraron el fondo del fondo del fondo, me lo dijeron y yo no les creí. Ese fue mi error. En los $15,000, $16,000. Estaban comprando como pinches enfermos los bancos y las instituciones más grandes del mundo. Ellos ya están puestos, puestos. Pon atención, no te quedes fuera de la jugada, cabrón. Y no te quedes fuera de la jugada como yo también, güey. Vean este pinche error tan grande. Les dejé mi corto acá. Por supuesto, tenían que reír. Güey, agarré el tope, 67, 66, 65, promediaste en 66 y ahora estás en 63, llegaste a 62. Mi pedo de la sesión pasada, y se los dije, y lo que tengo que aprender es, yo vendo antes de que dé todo el movimiento. Y dije en 64, 64, 500. Yo aquí me salgo. Tristemente bajó más. Tengo todavía que calibrar ese pedo. Pero una vez más, a mí me gusta llevarme, asegurarme dinero y estar contento con el dinero que me estoy llevando. Ah, cabrón, no les enseñé. Ahí está. Se los había puesto. Estaba delicioso. Les aventé un gran trade acá en 67, que se pasó por $200 el precio. 66, 65, el precio promedial era 66. Ya está. Divino, divino. Eh, y tristemente yo hubiera vendido en, ¿cómo se llama? En los 64, 564 y esto llegó a 62, 500, 62 bajos. Eh, pues todavía sigo ajustando mis métodos. También la otra cosa que entiendo muy bien es, a veces me adelanto mucho a vender cuando estoy cerca del tope y también me adelanto mucho a comprar cuando estoy cerca del fondo. Es cosa estarme ajustando y estar juzgándome, ¿no? Como se debe. El único que me puede juzgar es Diosito, yo mismo. Es el único que me puede juzgar. Apropiadamente, ustedes pueden decir lo que quieran, ¿no? Como siempre. También acá tienen todo, Alex los ha traído todo este camino para abajo con cortos, nada mal, nada mal. Se ha estado mamando el güey. Y Farhan también por acá les pone todas las divergencias que puedes potear con esos indicadores deliciosos. Ahora, si leen todo lo que ponen Alex y Farhan, y no entienden varias de las palabras, están aquí las abreviaciones. Son las abreviaciones que necesitas entender. No entiendes abreviaciones porque no entiendes ni vergas de trading. Tío, tío, tienes tu negocio, ¿no? En línea. No es que yo hago dropshipping, güey. Google está matando el Internet. Inteligencia artificial está haciendo que nadie pueda entrar a páginas web para buscar cosas. Están eliminando el SEO. Ya literalmente las empresas más grandes son las que pagan para estar en la respuesta de Google. Y tal cual como platicamos al principio de este video, ¿tú crees que la gente está picándole a sitios para verificar la respuesta de Google o no? De acuerdo a lo que has aprendido. No, están tomándola. ¿Y qué quiere decir esto? Que todos los negocios en línea en pocos años también van a desaparecer. Y no te lo digo para que te dé miedo ni nada, es no seas pendejo y aprende a invertir en los negocios más grandes que están literalmente haciendo esto. Y aprende a leer una tabla decentemente. No te estoy diciendo vuélvete un genio de trading. Apréndete a leer una tabla decentemente para que no te engañen diciéndote que el dólar que ha estado subiendo literalmente, bueno, desde el 2008, pero últimamente aquí por un año entero que está a punto de colapsar. Por un año entero. Porque esta gente lee sus tablas en CNBC, en Yahoo Finance, güey, porque no saben leer una puta tabla apropiadamente. Entonces, que no te vean la cara de pendejo así tan fácil, güey. Es lo único que yo recomiendo. Si quieres que no te vean la cara así de pendejo, cae en nuestro sitio web, acá, en Trading Academy, el enlace está aquí abajo, por supuesto. Y tenemos en productos algo bastante sencillo. Un cursito que se llama De Cero a Trader, tío. Cualquier persona puede aprender a cómo leer una tabla. Te enseñamos desde lo más básico, porque aquí es como yo quise aprender esta mamada, literalmente, porque pagué cursillos y me hablaban como si fuera un ingeniero ya al principio en un curso para principiantes. Hablamos desde lo más básico para que dure una hora 40, un par de veces. Y luego ven estos en vivos gratis, güey. Son 3 veces a la semana. Y con eso ya chingaste. ¿Ok? Ya tienes todas las armas. Y ahora, si no entiendes algo, tío, aquí arriba tenemos este paquetillo de las sesiones de trading en vivo, ¿no? Donde puedes preguntarnos aquí en vivo y también tenemos 2 clases al mes, cada 2 jueves, próximo jueves. Y tenemos ya el calendario puesto en el sitio para que no se las pierdan de cuando hay clase exclusiva para ustedes. 4 horas solamente pregunta, güey, ¿sabes qué? No entendí. Y ahí, simplemente con esas preguntas, después de ver el curso, vas a entender todo, tío. Es la mejor forma de aprender, en mi opinión. Y también con este paquete tienes el curso ahí. Y tienes otros videos aparte en la librería de FAQs, que es cómo usar volatilidad, cómo usar apalancamiento y todas esas cosillas por ahí. Es la recomendación del puto día. Ahora, si eres un enfermo y ya estás listo, pero no sabes cómo usar un exchange de futuros, que a mí me pasó también, aquí lo tienes, los tutoriales de cómo usar Bitunix o Blofin. Le picas acá y en Bitunix te aparece un video de 11 minutos, ya que corregimos este pedo, donde gratis, esto es completamente gratis, donde te explica cómo usar un exchange de futuros, el exchange de Bitunix. Y tienes aquí el enlace para poder participar directamente en todos nuestros torneos, de todo lo que hacemos, en los concursos, cuando estamos regalando cosas como ahorita. Obviamente voy a dar el regalo de Bitunix después porque tengo que ajustarlo, no está funcionando ahorita. Entonces, para que lo tengan presente, vamos a dar esos $3,000 en un rato. Pero pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a darle para adelante. Tenemos que analizar Bitcoin. Y boys, market is closed. So let's do cryptos.
Buenos días, cabrones.
What's that? Oh my God, I'm listening to myself here. Thank God. All right, it's done. That was horrible. I don't know how anyone listens to this. All right, Alex, what do you got for us?
Yeah, what a beautiful market. Despite the extended weekend, who knows what holiday this one is?
Oh, dude, Juneteenth, apparently they freed some fucking slaves from Texas specifically. And we're celebrating those guys that were freed from Texas. So there you have it.
Were they black slaves, Mexican slaves?
I'm guessing blacks because that's that's just my guess, but there's no way of telling you.
They were Pakistani. It's my turn to claim the race, the victim card.
No, you're fucked, dude. You're the one person that can't do that ever because we just want cheap shit from you. All right. That's it.
Yeah, well, despite that, at least, the market, even if it's closed, we still are getting somewhat of a pretty direct, straightforward crypto market. Now, we were talking pretty extensively about basically that 4-hour EMA 100 setup. You do see that is what perfectly rejected Bitcoin. Again, this will always be one of my favorite lower time frame actually trading setups. You can see upon the loss of that, not even wick basis, just from EMA 100 down to the closing, you went down 5.5% in 2 days, which is, absolutely glorious. But where are we now? You do see Bitcoin is getting somewhat of a green dildo on the 4-hour. We've been actually getting consolidation from 62.2, and that is a major spot for Bitcoin. We were in this channel here chopping around 62.2 on the 4-hour before we got the breakout, went up to that 4-hour EMA 100, SFP'd back down to 62.2. Now, of course, we're getting a predictable rally here. Yeah, firstly, the 4-hour, we were gauging this as support. This was the last big 4-hour expansion right off 62.2. This was also why I had, ETA essentially TP a lot of our crypto shorts going into yesterday, essentially. Because in anticipation for exactly this, most likely a green dildo up, most likely somewhat of a lower high forming. It's actually similar to what occurred here June 17th, which was basically you got that lower low, you immediately went in for the lower high on the 4-hour, leg down, lower low. Are you immediately going in on the 4-hour lower high before the leg down? Now, we don't need to play the guessing game here. Is it going to bounce back up to 65 or are we about to break down? We just simply wait for the trigger. Now, going to the daily, you can see that, you have massively lost your daily 9. You even rejected it yesterday. Kind of puts us in a precarious spot today. You're simply going to be watching yesterday's low. If you start closing daily candle under yesterday's low, this is going to be your first big sign on crypto and Bitcoin specifically that we are about to majorly break down. Most likely this 60,700 region won't hold. And we're actually going to go in for a new low in this current market cycle, meaning we most likely will take out this low that was formed in the beginning of June and actually come all the way back down to 49,000, if not near like 55, 56. It doesn't matter where this goes, but that if it does make a new lower low. Because when you view this on the weekly, you are now at that big spot. This is the weekly SMA 200, and on any chart, this would be a big spot. It being on Bitcoin's chart just makes this an easy gauge for us going into the coming weeks. You will notice that if you just visually look at this, we are kind of SRing what was support here, flipped into resistance. Only hopium for bulls currently is a weekly SMA 200 holding, which granted, this is holding. This has been holding for 2 weeks. Last week, you even got a bottom candle and a hammerhead. So this will really show you why it's extremely crucial for bulls not to take these lows out, essentially. Last week's low and the current cycle of this bear market. Basically that low of 59,100. Because in doing so, you are then going to invalidate this weekly bottom candle, which is a weekly bottom candle in the midst of a weekly downtrend, putting in a massive hammerhead right off the weekly SMA 200 is exactly what bulls would want to see. But remember, Bitcoin's been extremely predatory to bulls. And so a candlestick doesn't just change the outcome of a whole bear market, but rather can give bulls slight confluence of strength here only. The only way to confirm that would be to actually get back above the weekly EMA 100 at 81,200. So good from last week's candle, good rally, but did it really change anything? No, you're now producing a weekly lower high. You've rejected your weekly EMA 5. Yes, you're at major support with the weekly SMA 200, but understand as soon as we lose this weekly SMA 200, this is actually going to be the big start of the next leg down, in my opinion. You can see that really the major move down occurred once weekly SMA 200 was lost. I'll measure this, move down. And remember, this was a failure because you got a deviation play. So boom, down. Upon loss, you went down 15%. The equivalent of Bitcoin going down 15% right now, but still being a failure setup. That's interesting. So yeah, big moves can occur off SMA 200 on the weekly. Now viewing it here, which was the actual breakdown, this is where price expanded away from weekly SMA 200. This gave you almost a double, or it was a double, a little over a double of the last move of 31%. So 15% on a failure, 31% to that bear market low at 15K. Just mentioning this because this really puts in perspective if you're someone either feeling FOMO, feeling like you've missed every easy short this entire bear market since October, and also if you're longing on high leverage. This is a nice kind of perspective to keep us in check. We are bouncing off weekly SMA 200. Will this continue to hold it? Using last week's hammerhead at least gives you a point of interest on, okay, as long as we're not taking out last week's low, this still could be a result of a bullish outcome. Now remember, a bullish outcome here for me most likely just results into a move back to 69,000. So actually getting a weekly EMA 9 retest while also retesting the weekly silver cross. The weekly silver cross has been really guiding us. It's been rejecting the weekly 9 since the cross up until May. No, up until May. My apologies. Up until May, where we had that mean reversion to the EMA 100. When you only view EMA 100, you can really see, though, despite, okay, the silver grass, despite the 9 not holding in that May move, this still was a very straightforward bear market retest. What was massive support up the entire bull market should have been treated as a major spot of resistance in a bear market. We visually can just see the capitulation, the rally, the lower low. Just like here, the reclaim, which sparks the bull market. The loss of the EMA 100 on the weekly, which sparks the bear market, multi-month downtrend. Now, you're absolutely right. Now that I'm seeing this on the weekly, been talking a lot about how this cycle may look more like 2022, but you do notice the first retest you got actually got a reclaim, versus here you just retested and dumped. So that's actually an interesting correlation now that I'm just viewing weekly EMA 100, seeing this is a little different. Now, actually, I am seeing Alejandro, even the weekly perspective here. Little just side note too, once you dumped from weekly EM at 100, you did rally up to the 100, but it did reject first tap. Now, did it massively reject like what we've just experienced? No, but it did reject the first tap. So technically speaking, 2018 is a little more like our current market right now, versus here, you did just put in a green dildo reclaiming it. Yes, you had chop around it, but that's an interesting, perspective to keep, especially if, we were wondering, is it 2022 or more like 2018? But what we can say as well is you've never had a market where you've just massively rejected so aggressively your weekly EMA 100. Meaning this market is different. This time is slightly different. And I know that seems a little crazy. That's like your golden rule as a trader analysis, not to say these times are different, but actually we can say that. And when you view your monthly BBWP now, you can really start seeing that, yes, this time is actually different. Now, your volatility setup here, firstly, is at the lowest read ever on the index. But then when we also view it on CME, it is also at the lowest read ever. So already off the bat, this time is actually different in terms of volatility. You can see that on the index, we are starting to fire off monthly volatility. And it's exactly what we mentioned in the beginning of this week. Trading just wants to cooperate here. Let me just close these tabs. If Bitcoin wants to, there's nothing stopping it actually from filling out this monthly red dildo. Literally nothing. If you were betting on monthly lower high, you need this monthly candle to close. That's just how it goes. You get the close, you rally up, maybe form a lower high, and then boom. It's very rare just to move up from here unless you actually form some kind of bottom. Now you have more of a chance of filling out this low than filling out this candle back up. And understand that you are getting a setup now, which is when the monthly lost to 34, you're instantly now looking at this as your top candle. This was your lower high confirmation, massive shooting star. And then also here was your perfect rejection of the monthly 34. Now, if things have been this picture perfect so far, a bounce off the 34, capitulation, okay, a reclaim, top candle. This is where it becomes picture perfect. Top candle, retest, dump. Then why wouldn't we just take her home, come a little more down, retest EMA 100 on the monthly, and then get a major bottom off there? Every time we've come near the EMA 100, this has marked a bottom on Bitcoin. It's like the equivalent of being here. Almost hit it, close to it, even got some kind of lower high into the following month, but still needed to actually hit that. Gave us a 38% dump until you actually hit it, where then you literally had 1 month under the monthly EMA 100. And then ever since then, ever since December 2022, you've literally just been in the up only market. You've literally only been green on those buys. Like the entire bull market, you literally would have made 680% had you just been a perfect trader. The point is, you had an easy trade just gearing up buys at the monthly EMA 100. Now, for me, a pullback of 120,000, 125,000 to 48,000 seems very nice, actually. Let me just measure. I know we've done this a little higher. 77. So 83, 77, 62. Let me double check that. Yeah, like 62%. So we kind of on par even with like the diminishing returns idea. But regardless, we have a literal level every bear market that holds and has marked bottoms, and we are approaching that. This should make everyone quite excited because this means that the bottom is actually a lot closer than, let's say, the bottom's a lot closer than like the start of the bear market. Like there's less bear market now here versus like over here in November, October, December. Really now just gone through this bear market, and granted it's been actually multiple months. We measure the start in October to here, it's been 9 months. It's not too bad, actually. It's almost been a year actually in this bear market. Pretty epic. Let's see here. From the start of the bear market to the bottom, there was 13 months. So you're like in the equivalent of here. And actually, we'll use 2018 because we just said it's more like it too. It'll be better. So that was, yeah, like 12 bars again. So we're on the 9th. So yeah, it's like the equivalent of here. And even here, I mean, what you'll notice is you just basically went a little more lower and then got a bottom. You basically went a little more lower and then found a bottom. So that's my point. We're more closer to a bottom now on Bitcoin than ever before the last 5, 6, 7 months. Which is good news because that means that we now can really start gearing up for our bear market buys potentially. As long as Bitcoin stays above its monthly EMA 100, this is going to be an opportunity at basically at 48,000. I don't believe Guru Top G Andrew Tate is going to be correct on his $20,000 Bitcoin, because in saying that, you're disregarding a level that's literally never been really lost accurately. You can say this was been lost, but you didn't expand away from it. So really, it's never been lost fully. And I don't like trading like that. Like that doesn't make any sense calling for an SMA 200 on the monthly when your monthly EMA 100 has never even been lost and has literally grinded out bottoms every single time. And by the way, every single time you do reach this monthly EMA 100, every single person is calling for lower. They did it at 3,500. They did it at 15K. I bet you they're going to be doing it at 48,000. Like at 48K, I guarantee this is when many will start calling for 20, if not 30,000. But we'll know that we're not going to be calling for that until you actually lose this monthly 100. And that does just put me back to the whispers in my head, which is That's why the weekly SMA 200 is going to be the most important spot in this entire market cycle currently, because this will be like your mid-range, if you will. Now, we're not like in the middle of the bear market, we're near towards the end, but we are in kind of like a mid-range point in the chart, which is we're kind of in this middle point here, which will dictate either a move to 49,000, which, don't get it twisted, this can happen in 1 week, bottom us out, and then be done. In 1 week, you went from literally the lows all the way down to 49K, 48,700 actually. Meaning over this extended weekend, if bears wanted to, we absolutely could put in the bottom on Bitcoin. And I know that seems a little crazy to say, but we could. I mean, volatility is agreeing. This weekly candle is agreeing. And it would be actually the perfect setup to maybe get this weekly into a deviation trade. You will notice here, the bottom was formed last bear market off of a weekly SMA 200 deviation. Let's see, 2020 deviation trade marked the bottom. And then, okay, a little different, 2018 again. Actually didn't lose SMA 200. Did it even lose it for 1 week? No. Let's check CME too on that, 2018. So you didn't even have SMA 200 on CME populated. Let me check Coinbase. No. So actually, 2018 again didn't lose weekly SMA 200. Confluenced on why that is going to be a very important spot for us. So for me now on Bitcoin, again, it makes sense we're bouncing. And remember, if you've been on ETA, I've posted many shorts this week and many shorts hit TP. 62.2 is going to be a big spot for Bitcoin. There's literally no reason to be aggressively wondering if you should cover your short setups. The daily had a breakout. We've gone and done a throwback. This does not mean that you're going to go break the highs now, but what it could mean is you're going to get a daily EMA 9 retest. You absolutely could get a 65K retest. I mean, you literally dump to support, and this would be the next range, 65K, 62.2, 65K, 62.2, until either 65K breaks or 62.2. So we are still range bound technically. We've had just another weekly SMA 200 retest. And for the last 2 weeks, excuse me, this has been just the support in the market. Okay, so there's another interesting point why we don't want to be too aggressive now, but still watch carefully. And then when you go to your biweekly here still says that the biweekly is still massively bearish. We're actually in a fresh breakdown. Had we retested 69K, would literally change nothing to the bear thesis. This would actually solidify it by putting in that retest. If the weekly EMI 100 dumped us 30%, what will the biweekly EMI 100 do? And you do see that you have a very easy setup from EMI 100 down, gives you about a 37% move down. You do notice the biweekly moving average on BBWP is breaking. So there is volatility still here. And you do see the 9 and the 21 have crossed. Let's actually throw the 55 on and see. Oh, touching tips. So you're actually about to get a fresh bi-weekly silver cross. So actually what could occur is, excuse me, you could actually start moving down, dragging this EMA 21 to then start crossing the 55. If this starts crossing the 55, even when you're dumping like here, down, okay, so look at that move. We'll take this off. You could get then that silver cross, which then will give you potentially more confluence that maybe into July, you'll actually get the move to the bi-weekly EMA 9, which will just be that silver cross retest. Now, let's see kind of the last bi-weekly silver crosses we've had. So here is one to the upside. Nice bottom, and even the retest played out well. Here's one to the downside. This was very near a bottom. We'll just mentally note that. Very near a bottom. This was at the bottom. Very near a bottom. This is when Bitcoin was in bottom creation. This is when it was starting to move down towards 15K. Bi-weekly EMA 100. No, bi-weekly silver cross to the downside. So boom. Okay, well, I guess I can't keep that. No worries. Let's keep going. A sneaky one, but a silver cross to the upside. Near a bottom. This, and the ones to the upside have basically been once the bottom was put in. So that's something good to know. The last two bi-weekly silver crosses to the upside have been after the bottom's been put in. And then the silver crosses down have typically been, or at least in 2022, when the bottom is very near. So here the bottom was in already. This was a failure. So the silver cross here was when the bottom was very near. We were very close to the bottom here. And relative, right? Like if you look at this, this still took a few months. But if you look at to the left, we were not here, not here. We're all the way over here. Like the bear market was majority done at that point. You silver cross on the bi-weekly, and then you do end up moving down. It does respect the silver crosses to the downside. Every scenario actually on the bi-weekly on Bitcoin. It just means that this is what's going to take you to the bottom. So confluence that, yes, the bottom's very close actually. Understand we have not gotten the bi-weekly silver cross to the downside quite yet. And 2018 was a failure. So maybe if we're going to be talking about 2018 being more, close to this cycle, which it is, versus 2022, I will say, and even the 2015 bottom, then we'll either then see this silver cross potentially not play out, be a failure, or just not cross. Now, if it does end up crossing and it's not a failure, that's perfectly okay. Our dreams aren't diminished. It just gives us confluence, more confluence that, yeah, the bottom is very close. Every time we've gotten a successful silver cross, it's just led us to a bottom, which then has been bought up. And then anytime you get another bi-weekly silver cross to the upside after having one to the downside has resulted into the low, essentially being already in, and the bottom being put in on Bitcoin. And that can be very helpful for us, because if we're now in this current market and we do believe we're going to get one more maybe aggressive leg down, and maybe then we're going to be very near a low, then that means that this silver crossing means, yes, the low is actually very close. Could come within, actually not by next year, easily. Could be already put in by January 2027, which is an interesting date. But then we don't need to kind of play the guessing game on that one. It's just once you do, let's say, silver cross down on the bi-weekly, you wait for the next leg down. That's where you can sign off, do whatever you want if you don't want like a bear market low entry. And then every single time on Bitcoin, it's been once you have a silver cross down and then back up on the bi-weekly, your bottom's been put in. So then once that occurs, once you get a bi-weekly silver cross to the upside here, the bottom's most likely in on Bitcoin. So that's at least a good thing to keep in the back of our minds if we are really looking for some kind of bottom to be formed soon. Silver cross on bi-weekly says it's coming. That bottom could easily be formed around the 49,000s. So confluence, the monthly EMA 100, never getting lost and always being a bottom zone. And the idea that we are actually quite close to a bottom on Bitcoin, actually. That could actually be formed this week, this weekend, or going into July. Regardless of the temporality of it, we are very close, I do believe, maybe about 20 to 30% more. 30% is kind of the higher end, but still, I mean, after dumping already 51%, it must be promising for bulls to hear they only have about 20% more left to go before we end up finding some kind of bottom. Now, what if I'm completely wrong? We are in 2018 cycle. The silver cross will cross here, but then we've already bottomed and we're going to actually quickly uncross and move up. Well, that's perfectly okay then. If we do end up finding a bottom here, that would not surprise me at all. If, let's say, the charts are telling us we're going to 40s and we don't, and we actually just end up finding a bottom on the weekly SMA 200, yeah, that'll be perfectly okay to me. That would not surprise me whatsoever, by the way. The lower lows, the trap, here's then the point of bullish price structure. But the way to confirm that would mean you just simply need to get back above 82,000. 82,000 on Bitcoin will mean, yeah, we're good to go back up. Your daily SMA 200 easily reclaimed and already has confirmation of that at 82,000. And even your monthly EMA 9 is reclaimed and even has confirmation of that with a buffer, few $1,000s higher. Your biweekly EMA 100 will be reclaimed. And even you'll be back in a biweekly buy trigger. So 82,000 is your line in the sand. That's easy. That's when you know we're for sure back in a bull market. 82,000. And again, we can just simply trade off the daily. So the daily is actually SMA 200. The daily is grinding down. From when we were trading, this was at 82K. It's now at 76,000. Remember 76K being a major spot here. Major spot. Now daily SMA 200 is grinded right there. That's your like big breakout spot, 76K. So interesting to see that. If you really start seeing daily SMA 200 reclaimed, that's going to be my first big sign that yes, 82,000 is going to obviously reclaim on the monthly and Bitcoin has found some kind of bottom. But until then, I'm just not going to be really front running that idea. I'm just going to be viewing my weekly chart here, and I'm just going to be waiting patiently for this SMA 200 to become lost, bi-weekly silver cross down, and us to put in the last leg down here before finding a bottom. Now let me see. Any more confluence? This was pretty good, actually, this bi-weekly. Yeah, so it's always the first silver crosses in a downtrend on Bitcoin gives us our bottom too. Because I'm like, is it like the second silver cross? No, it's always the first ones. And then after the one down, the first cross up is, well, confirmation of the bottom's been put in. So that's good, at least. That's a good area and kind of metric to keep with the monthly EMA 100. Because it really can be that easy. We just have levels that never become lost. We have criteria that often hit, characteristics that match, that can really help us all find some kind of bottom on Bitcoin. No, I'm not one to touch the bottom a lot. I don't like getting shit on my fingers. But for something like this, could be very straightforward and easy. Now, the 5 days in no man's land, this just plays into, you're really playing on meme lines at this current point. I don't put a lot of weight on meme lines, but I do put some weight on 62 too. But that is still putting weight on a meme line. So just be fully aware of that. Like if you're a bull right now, you're playing some meme lines on the lower time frame and you're really praying to bull Jesus every night. You go on your knees, you pray to bull Jesus that you don't lose the weekly SMA 200. Because as soon as that is lost, there's no thesis anymore. There's no thesis. This will just result into lower. And I do believe if you're on ETA and you want easy trades, we are going to get some very easy trades once that weekly SMA 200 is lost. And if it doesn't even grind a bottom out here, that's perfectly good. This will give us an easy trade as well. Like very, very easily. If we do this, reclaim the 9, get back above 69,000. This was already your like appetizer to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks up. So I don't need to guess if that's like a good trigger. This will be the start of maybe going up to 76K. That'll be the start of, do we reclaim daily SMA 200? That'll be the start of, is Bitcoin in a massive bottom here? Was this a trap? So there will never be FOMO on my side because the plan is very always clear. But for me now, it's still more likely on Bitcoin to actually get a dump over this weekend, in my opinion, possibly grind out some bottom going into Monday, Tuesday. And then at that point, I'd like to see, well, either that bi-weekly silver cross and then us not dump more and then actually grind a bottom like in 2018, or it just ends up crossing once Bitcoin loses the low here, giving us the leg down to 49K. I'll be genuinely surprised if Bitcoin does not bottom at 49,000 to 45K. I'm not looking at 38,000 anymore, and I'm not looking at 30K. This will be my bear market bottom indicator. Once price falls right into here is when I'm going to start really looking for that bottom to be formed. And that doesn't mean across the whole market the bottom will be formed. This is just on Bitcoin only. So that is what I'm watching. I don't need to guess if that's a good idea. The world, the time, the Bitcoin, the past has already told us that this is a good idea. So that is what I'm going to be running with. And even here, you had a volatility setup fire off. The difference, right? We have the lowest volatility setup now. That only took you to about 50% and then reset again. So, you know, let's look at 2018. Volatility setup, there was no volatility setup on this low, but volatility did start to expand here, get back above the moving average and move up towards 50%, where then that was essentially, now right here, my apologies, right here, got back above the moving average and went almost to 50%, 38% before the low was put in. So both times the low has been put in, the moving average on the monthly has been at least above. This just makes it a little harder because this is such a fresh setup that it's very interesting to see that. But if we're going to play 2018's market, then volatility could go to 38% and then find some kind of bottom. That's like the equivalent of Bitcoin just dumping to 49K. Volatility hits that 38, maybe 40, and then resets again. And we don't get the full length of this volatility setup. Like, I think we're going to get this, and then reset. And that's like a just disastrous bear market. But what if we only go up to like 38%? We don't get full expansion. And then we just end up resetting once the low is in. We get another volatility setup. There's your bull market. I guess, yeah, but that would take, it wouldn't take this much time. But maybe into 2027, you'll get another monthly volatility setup. Let's see if the bull market has ever put in a bottom on no volatility setup on the monthly. So yeah, actually, no, it did not. It fired off again, took you down, went to 50%, reset. Resetting while we're moving up. Okay, so it's resetting actually in the bottom. Even contracting here. On that move up, slightly moved up, and then reset again on the low. And then really when we started to move up, this is what gave you a volatility setup. So again, on contraction is actually what the volatility, what we like to bottom on Bitcoin on volatility contraction. Here as well, contraction. Let's see what price was doing. So that's when it was putting in the low. And then in contraction is when we started to move up. And then we only had one volatility set up on the monthly, fire off at the low and then move up. That was 2015, 2016. So actually every low has been put in on monthly volatility contraction. So what makes sense then to kind of see actually this monthly volatility setup, if we genuinely think the low is going to be around the 40s, if at all, this would only go up around maybe 37, maybe 40%, and then come back down. meaning most likely this isn't going to just play out the full length. But that's just tinfoil hat ideas for now. For now, stick to what we know. 62.2 is your breakdown confirmation on Bitcoin. And I'm really going to be stingy on these shorts, really going to be very, very quick to post these trades if I get confirmation of a breakdown, because I'm not one to just really, often the last leg down in a bear market can be the most extreme. That can be just the most extreme leg down, because that's the low that's going to be put in. And so that means that you have to get everyone on the bear camp at that low. No one buys a bear market low, just so everyone's aware, or calls for a bottom. Everyone becomes more bearish and everyone asks for lower. So for that to really be true, you just have to see a very aggressive drop from here. That'll only be brought to you by a 62.2 loss on Bitcoin. 62,200 remains a major spot. Doesn't mean we can't go up to 65K. Absolutely we can. But if we end up today losing 62,200, you're going to just remember, oh wait, this is a weekend. This literally actually could be the start or the first signs that Bitcoin's going to grind a bottom or a low out this weekend into next week. I know that seems like a crazy thing to say, but that is kind of what I see on my side. Honestly, it would not surprise me if we ended up just massively capitulating while the markets are closed. Strategy just opens up with a massive gap to the upside. Into next week, we slowly consolidate, slowly start grinding back up. While majority at 49K call for 30 and 20. And probably even, honestly, Capo is probably going to get massively bearish at this point, which would just literally be the most perfect thing for our confluence train. So that's my Bitcoin analysis. 62.2 got the full TP on the shorts. You're not really supposed to be too aggressive here until you at minimum get lower time frame closes under 62.2. And once you lose 62,200, that's going to be just the start of a major move down. 4 hour is in silver cross to the downside, and you've done nothing but just grind out another lower high and also retest the 4 hour 9, which is a silver cross retest. The last major leg down on the 4 hour occurred on the 4 hour EMA 9, just so everyone's aware. And that gave you a 3.69 for the culture percent move. So let's just measure that real quick. Equivalent. And there you didn't have a silver cross on the 4 hour. Here you do. So a 3.69 would mean you're just testing near the lows, which again, remember, last week put in that hammerhead. Bulls can't afford to test these lows, or they might actually be fucked. So that's Bitcoin. Let's go now to tether dominance, and let's see, because if Bitcoin is looking like it's going to capitulate, maybe even grind out a bottom, then tether dominance should basically look like it wants to go in for a new high. So let's go see that. Let's go here. Will. And it looks like you're now, again, this is very bullish, by the way. This deviation is extremely bullish, actually. And let me explain why. Let's go to a 2-day. We got it on the 2-day? Not quite. I want to see the bigger picture here. Perfect. So what you're going to notice is this spot that we're currently in has been a really big spot and a hard spot to hold. Okay, anytime now. Come on. You will really notice that anytime we actually deviate the 8.57%, we actually go in for a very aggressive drop down. Here, deviation, aggressive drop down. And then we have to go all the way here for months and months and months. Finally, we get another reclaim. But then it deviates and you made a very aggressive dump. Like this deviation was 12% in one day. So there was your aggressive move in one day. And then again, another deviation. So, okay, rallied back up, tried to reclaim. Deviated, another major leg down. Aren't you noticing that every single time we deviate, tether dominance, okay, every time we deviate the 8.56%, tether dominance ends up going to at least 7.9 every single time. Here we got above it, held it, could not expand, deviated it, boom, 7.9 again, and lower. Okay, and let's keep going. Let's keep going. And then this 8.56% rejects. Now we're in a bull market on Bitcoin. Everyone's so horny and happy. Amazing. Okay, now here we are again. Anytime. There we go. Deviation straight to 7.88, 7.9%. Then it rejects down. Okay, and that's it. And then here you get the reclaim, the expansion. It holds it. Couldn't actually get full expansion, deviated it. But notice here, all you basically did was SR 8.2. Something you've never, ever seen Tether Dominance do on the daily, ever. It's always just gone straight down to the 7.88 to 7.9% every single time. So this actually is looking like massive strength. This just looks like it wanted to retest a massive SR level, a massive zone that was major resistance. On the higher time frames, this most likely will look even better. Let's check the 5-day out. And so you can see that the 5-day has done nothing more but grind a higher low, firstly at the 5-day 9. That's our easy long trigger spot. Same with Bitcoin, 5-day EMA 9, easy short spot. But also a spot that's been keeping price down for multiple months is now SRing, looking like it's major support. So going back to the daily now, it looks like you're potentially entering back within this range. And this range is a very beautiful range because this is what can take you up to the 9%. Remember, the 9% region is the last spot, really, that is what took Bitcoin to its low. So this is literally grinding out a new range. And it's actually saying it's going to go back up to the lows of Bitcoin. You go here to Tether Dominance, Bitcoin goes back to the lows. That means the weekly hammerhead is going to be taken out. Now, the daily's in kind of doji formation, indecision. We absolutely can get a retest here of 8.56% before moving up. And you would actually want this as a bull on Tether Dominance, as a Bitcoin bear, because this will mean you're going to get 2 to 3 closures above 8.56%, solidifying this being a spring zone. Next target is 9%. You get back above 9%, you're going to make a new all-time high around 9.5%. Why I'm confident to say this most likely makes a new macro high here is because when you do end up going to your quarterly chart, what do you have? Well, you have consistent. We'll go to the yearly chart. It's a lot better, firstly. You have a consistent higher high, higher low at the yearly 9, never before tapped before, ever. So the entire bull market that we've seen before us, all that was a higher high leading to a pullback, giving us a yearly EMA 9 retest. Once that was done in 2025, which again, we talked about that a lot when the yearly was testing the 9, that gave us a spring, and now here we are really near a new high here. With what we know, with this being in an uptrend, it is technically in an uptrend. There's no lower highs, there's no lower lows, there's only a higher low, but there's no higher high confirmation. So statistically, you're more likely to form a higher high here. That would mean that once you actually test these highs around the 9.45, you're most likely going to just break the high and make a new macro high. Now, the thing with Bitcoin has been once it does ever so slightly make its higher high, we go in for the higher low. So on Tether Dominance, I don't think we're just going to go up 15, 12, no, like 12%, 14, 16, 20, and keep going up. I actually really do think that we're just going to end up making a new high here ever so slightly, going up to 10%. And then that's it. I think the bottom will be in for Bitcoin. Our new bull market will simply be another higher low being grinded out for Tether Dominance. And this will just be on a multi-decade or multi-year uptrend where Any bull market we get is just higher lows, and any bear market we get is higher highs. How simple. And if that is the case, this would mean that moving forward, the cycles are going to be very easy, way more simpler to understand, in my opinion, actually. Because before this, you've just had kind of like up, 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 up. Okay, the first yearly down. But if this actually gets into a proper uptrend, then we properly will have easy triggers. Higher high means higher low now. So then therefore, maybe this bull market ends, or this bear market ends and the bull market begins. Similar to what we had here, higher high, higher low. The higher low took us into a 2.5-year bull market until here. So kind of makes sense when you think about it. But regardless, it just means that this is more likely to take out that high. So when you do see tether dominance here getting back above 8.56%, this is a real scenario that we need to be watching. The lift off to 9%, any reclaim of 9% will mean you're going to retest these highs here at 9.488. And most likely, this is just going to give you a new higher high. Let's measure that real fast. From current market price to higher high. So from boom up to like 9.5, it's 10%. Let's see. So I have a 20% setup. So it's about half of the setup I want. Current market price down 10%. Takes you to 56,000 on Bitcoin. So kind of a weird number, but that is assuming we don't go to 10%. We don't. There is a lot of assumption on that 10%, by the way. I would not run with that. Let's see if HBDR can help us at all. Probably not on the yearly, but why not? I want to just see. Yeah, probably not. Nope. So this can be kind of an indication. Statistically speaking, you're more likely to move up to the 10.56%. Oh, and there you go. Look at that. There's your 21%, which would mean that there's your bottom at 49K. Current market price. Yeah, look at that. That's a direct move to your monthly 100 is what the HPDR and the monthly is saying on tether dominance. So maybe the Bitcoin bottom is going to be put in this month, honestly. Maybe we will make that higher high. It'll be ever so slightly, and then that'll be that. We'll just end up going in for a major higher low on the yearly. And the easy part again on the yearly will be once this yearly closes in 6 months. So that could mean we're just going to chop for 6 months until you get the close. And then it's kind of interesting, actually. Like, it'd be very rare for this yearly to make a higher high and then just immediately dump. So what if the yearly spends 5 months just chopping a little bit near this zone? Boom, 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 boom. You close somewhat here around 8%. It's that higher high wick. And then now going into 2027, you literally do start coming back down for the yearly 9 retest. This is your bull market in 2027. So I actually see the temporality of what you're saying, Alejandro, honestly, with even just how this is all posturing here. We are very close to a higher high. Could easily go in for the higher low. That starts next year, and that's your new bull market, 2027. Kind of brilliant, honestly. Very cool. So I'm going to remember that in the back of my head for the coming months. And for now, we're just simply going to watch 8.56%. As long as tether dominance holds above the daily 9, this is going to break out, and you are going to go to a new high on tether dominance. That means a new low on Bitcoin. Very easy perspective. Weekly, we'll get the reclaim. This is a nice, very nice candle. You had a very ugly candle last week. So look, Bitcoin is still very fucky overall. But this reclaiming on a weekly above 8.56% will be a shift. That'll be a breakout indicator for me. It's been a very long time since we've gotten a weekly close above 8.56% and holding. So I'd like to see this actually close above and hold, and that'll at minimum give you 9%. You have a weekly volatility setup firing off here. An expansion occurred on green dildo. You're also brewing a weekly HBDR breakout. Last HBDR breakout took you to the 61.8%. 61.8%. You do notice here that you did wick a little past it. Let's measure that out. That's about 7%. Watch this reach 10.5. Let's see. 7% up. That's funny. Look at that. 10.5. What am I looking at? Last time we were in this posturing was here back in January, where then the weekly did end up breaking out. It went straight to the 61.8%, where then that wicked up a little past about 7% before coming back towards the blue zone. So that's the equivalent of this weekly breaking out, going to 61.8, going up a little past that 7% at 10.5. What will that remind us of? Well, here, the HBDR monthly setup at 10.5%, which is literally on par with the 21% drop to the bottom, or just simply the monthly EMA 100. So I'm seeing a lot of things lining up, even on the weekly to the monthly. 5 dates looking quite beautiful, actually. Seems too easy, honestly. So I will just preface that. If you do see Bitcoin get back above 69K from here, the bottom's most likely in. But if you do end up this weekend seeing 62.2 becoming loss, really then watch carefully for the low to be put in this week. So that's tether dominance. I think we talked a lot about that. We have a little different perspectives to really be watching here. We have ideas now. The yearly uptrend can definitely help. And that's an interesting perspective to keep for the coming cycles. We will have such a clear indication on the cycles once this confirms a yearly uptrend. Because that'll at least tell you, once tether dominance goes into a yearly higher high, you are basically towards the end of the bull market, the bear market, I mean, and you most likely should not be shorting aggressively anymore. And that's a good indication to have, something we've never had before. So let's go to tether dominant, or Bitcoin dominance, the D of Bitcoin. Alrighty. So we're getting a monthly breakdown, potentially. Understand 57.4% your big line in the sand for a major move down on Bitcoin dominance. Now, the weekly is the easier perspective to keep. You're using your weekly EMA 100. If you at all see the weekly EMA 100 become lost, that's going to be your first big sign that Bitcoin dominance is about to bigly break down. Now, we talked about even if Bitcoin dominance goes all the way up to 59.7%, Bitcoin goes up to 69. That doesn't change anything. You will see now that you weren't even able to go up to the 59.7%. 59.69% is proper, actually. And now you're right back down in breakdown, brewing a loss to the weekly EMA 100. This will be very important to watch moving forward. If into next week you close under, let's say, last week's low, you're just simply going to confirm a breakdown move to 54%. Weekly volatility is in contraction. So this setup did fire off, but now it's resetting. Yeah, pretty nice chart here. Really is looking like it wants to break down on Bitcoin dominance. Really does look like that. And even the weekly HBDR isn't a breakdown for what it's worth. Oh, and biweekly is brewing a breakdown. 2 days left to go. This candle is really screaming, let's fill out red. Let's fill this out red. This does at all. That means weekly EMA 100 has been lost. You have a weekly and biweekly all closing in 2 days. 2-day median's about to become loss. Any closure under 58.7% will brew a breakdown on the 2-day. And the trend is still down here, by the way. So really, big perspective is just watch your weekly 100. That's your 2-week as well, and this will start confirming nice, beautiful things going into next week. Again, kind of just seeming like maybe we are going to just make the next leg down in Bitcoin this weekend, this week, this next week, or this weekend. Who knows? But we're very close. We're very close. We're the closest to a bottom than we've ever been, for what it's worth. And it actually makes sense, right? Strategies having massive FUD, incredible FUD. The most insane fear, uncertainty now. And granted, Sailor's really not. Well, he just is kind of an oaf, honestly. But I don't believe it's just over for strategy. Strategy is the new Luna. That's a new narrative you're starting to hear now. Not new, but just reoccurring narrative near bottom. Strategy is the new Luna. I do believe, though, you will make your next leg down into next week on strategy. That doesn't mean you won't just open with a massive gap because we, dumped over the weekend. But in this posturing, yeah, strategy is looking close to a bottom, but still needs a little lower. But sentiment's there. It is 100% there. And all you're going to be doing is testing your February breakout zone. Like, I don't think strategy is looking too bad if it actually ends up holding $80. Maybe I'll draw another meme line here too together. We can focus on this one here too. It's like $89 to $81. And that'll even take out April's low. That'll be really nice. Honestly, this could be a good buy. And then let's go here. Oil is actually looking like it's grinding out a bottom again. I thought the war was over. I thought we're so good. Maybe there is an energy crisis. Who knows? Minus HBDR on daily. This is looking like it's grinding out a bottom. Interesting. And silver actually looks like it's on the verge of capitulating down to 54.48. So it's not just even crypto. It's like strategy, oil, silver, tether dominance, gold is all kind of looking bad, honestly. So, and look at that. Who would have known? The dollar isn't actually being replaced with the European euro. So, pretty insane stuff there. Oh, and then lastly, this. I mean, this is a big indication on, well, probably something major is about to occur for Forex, which most likely means something major is going to occur with oil, silver, Bitcoin. That's all I'm using this for. So in summary, markets are very weak. I'm going to be posting more trades as soon as I get done with this, because I do believe that over this weekend, we're going to get a very nice market. I'm not one to weekend trade, but this week might, we'll grant it. And if we don't end up dumping this weekend, okay, whatever. I do believe that Monday going into next week will be a very good market to be shorting. I do believe now that you should be watching 62,200 on Bitcoin. And if you are looking for a short trade, you're basically either waiting for 62,200 to become loss or just a retest of 65K. Both scenarios mean you're going to short. For ETA, in all honesty, I am just waiting for the S&P of 62.2 before I actually post another short trade. Most of our short trades have now hit full TP at the 2,200 region. Remember, we've been shorting since 82,000. So that literally gave us a direct TP. We then were able to reshort here, and that took us down to their TP zone. This market's very straightforward as long as you stick to your system. Don't be predictive, be reactive. And so for that, watch 62,200. Watch your weekly SMA 200 on Tether dominance. On Bitcoin dominance. And on Tether dominance, you're basically watching your 8.56%. 8.56%. So watch 8.56% on Tether dominance. On Bitcoin dominance, watch your weekly SMA 200. Let me just double check that. Having a brain fart now. EMA 100, not SMA, EMA 100. And on Bitcoin, watch 62.2 to 65K. One of those breaks, you will get another easy trade. And with what I showed, I do hope we break down, because that easy trade down could mean you're going to get another 20 to 21%. That's your bottom. This is when we start buying. And most likely that will result into, like on Ethereum, well, maybe a move back to 500. That would mean, though, and I know what that means, you literally would have to see Ethereum do something absurd here. So, yeah. I'm also not fully out of the question if 1400 becomes the new 800 and we just never fully test 1400 again and move up. And then people like me don't get the 500 because we don't lose 1400. But still, regardless, even ETH is looking quite bad now, honestly. It's looking like a breakdown, lower high, weekly volatility setup could absolutely take us down to 500, 600 ETH. So we're pretty close, honestly, to a bottom. I feel pretty good about this. And it would make sense for like an altcoin to maybe do worse than Bitcoin. But who knows? We'll be watching very carefully. And even if Bitcoin makes the next leg down and ETH doesn't, well, there we go. Maybe alts have bottomed then. And we have the correlation back to the riskiest of the risk bottom first.
Alrighty. Share my screen. Go. Get a little sipski of this water. Alrighty. We'll start with daily on Bitcoin. Right, zoom out. Daily momentum is currently now freshly flipping down with a rejection of the bullish control zone, and you got both momentum about to make its way towards the bearish control zone. You have taken out these previous lows on momentum. Price on this closing base on this close was at $63,500, and this close is at 62. So now that you've taken out this close, there's no longer a possibility of hitting bullish divergence here. It was previously possible, but now it's no longer possible. And you've confirmed a local top with this candle closure here, and you made your way down to the bottom 38.2%, but you are getting a slight bounce from at around $62,100, and that bounce likely will take you into somewhere around the median, which is about $64,000. But as long as you're closing below that median, this should be seen as a bearish retest before lower, and targets for lower is going to be somewhere around your 78.6%, which currently sits at just below $58,000 at $57,200. And zoom out, go into the 12-hour. We'll go back to the daily for a second. And the daily jewel is now losing the buy signal, flipping into a neutral, and you were close to getting a bullish cross with the pink about to cross above the yellow, but now it kind of looks like they're going to diverge, and you're going to get the opposite move. Into the 12-hour. 12-hour is still flipped down. Any divergence? No, because you are making a higher low from this low here. Well, momentum is also making a higher low. You've lost at 38.2%, and you came down to basically your 78.6. And as of now, you are getting a little bounce, and you're rejecting the 5. So I do think you are going to end up going lower as long as you are closing below this 5 EMA at about $63,400. Eventually, I do think this is going to come down to somewhere between 59 and 56,000. The 8-hour. 8-hour is now starting to flip back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average. Volatility is going into contraction, and you've hit the 78.6, which is your target of losing the 38.2. And from here, you are getting a rejection from the 5. And as long as you are rejecting from the 5, it's probably just more likely just going to be a range between somewhere around 62,000 and 63,000 until these ranges can step down a little bit, and then you get some continuation to the downside. Either that or a loss of 61,800, and that'll just take you straight down. See anything else here? No. 4-hour also currently flipping up on momentum. Any divergence is here. No, not quite. And momentum is about to break it out of the bearish control zone with volatility going into contraction. And this goes along with price making its way back to the 38.2%. And as of now, we are just rejecting this 38.2%, and we are rejecting the 9 EMA, and we do have a silver cross to the downside. And if we do close like this in about 30 minutes as a rejection of both 38.2% and the 9, this is likely just going to be our next lower high. And from here, you're likely going to test at 78.6%, which is around 61,500 would be a sweep with these current lows. Did we take out this high? This is at 63,198, and we're at 63,348. So we did actually sweep this current high. That makes it even more of it makes me even more confident about that bearish retest scenario. Now that we've taken out this high, especially if we close below, that'll be an SFP, and then you're likely going to be sweeping this low next. 2 hours, not very close to slipping back down. Are you putting any? You do got some bearish divergence in the 2 hour also, with a lower high in momentum, higher high in price, with volatility now almost at 0%. And the jewel has completely skipped the neutral phase and went directly into buy. From here, as long as you're holding over the median, which is around 63,000, 62,980, I would expect to move into somewhere around this 200 SMA, which is like 63.5. You lose the median on a closing basis, though, and then that's where you're likely going to sweep these lows and probably go somewhere around 61.5. 2-day currently flipped up. Also, 2 days putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, taking out these previous highs of momentum while price is making a lower high. This will confirm with any close below 63,841, and then this gives you a move down to somewhere around $58,900 to $59,000. 5-day close to putting in a bearish engulfing dildo. 5-day does have currently bullish divergence because you do have a higher low on momentum with a lower low on price. This was confirmed with this previous candle, but this will be invalidated once you get a close below $61,707. And this will confirm a bearish engulfing dildo with any close below 60,730. And that's going to give you a move down to somewhere around 56,000 to 58,000. Weekly is currently also putting in possibility of bullish divergence, but this will need to close over $65,750 to confirm. As of now, it's more likely that this is going to flip into a bearish engulfing dildo. This will confirm as bearish engulfing with any close below $60,730. And then that's going to give you a move down to somewhere around 58,000 to 52,000. Two-week is still once again flipping back red, and you are very close to getting a silver cross to the downside, and you do have momentum freshly flipping down, putting in hidden bearish divergence, which you did confirm on this previous close, and you also got a loss of the 38.2%. So if you were to come back up and retest this 38.2%, that puts you at around $68,550. But as long as you are closing below this area, it is likely that you're going to come down to the 78.6, which right now is at around $50,000, $51,000. Alrighty. Monthly is currently flipped up, about to retest the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility going into contraction, and monthly is still below that 61.8%, which is at $63,900. And if you do close below that area, your next target is somewhere around 52,000, 51 to 52,000. And we got that 9 and 21 condition fulfilling, where when you get the cross below your 9 below your 21, you get a move to the 55, which we have gotten currently. Quarterly is also currently flipped down. You are rejecting your 5 and 9 EMA on the quarterly, and quarterly is also below the 61.8%, which is at $65,600. If you lose that, you are going to be moving to wherever the 78.6 is at that time. Right now, it's sitting at around 44 to 45,000. Already, daily did give us a close over the median on yesterday's close on Tether, with momentum currently flipped up. Volatility is basically at 0%, and the daily jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral. You did have a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow, but this does look like it's going to be invalidated. Anything else here? This close is 8.676%. So there is currently possibility of hidden bearish divergence, but it's going to be a little difficult to confirm. You will have to close below 8.194% to confirm it. As of now, more likely that this is going to go towards the 38.2%. You did close the previous candle above the median, but the current one did open below the median. So the median is going to be acting as resistance. But once you can get over that 8.67% area, this is likely going to bust back to current all-time highs. 12 hours currently also flipped up. 12 hours putting in also possibility of hidden bearish divergence, taking out this previous high on momentum. This will confirm with any close below 8.754%. And if that does confirm, you're also putting in bearish engulfing dildo, and then that will take you down towards somewhere around this 21 at a minimum, which puts you around 8.5%. But I would think you're going to go closer to the 38.2%, especially since you're getting rejections of the 78.6, and that puts you around 8.4%. And what likely happens at that point, whenever you're coming back to this 38.2%, is you're going to be getting people calling this a lower high from these highs here, and then this is probably where it bounces. Uh, 8 hours now starting to flip down. 8 hours also putting in hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 8.650%. And then that gives us a move down to somewhere around this 38.2%, around 8.5%. And you're also putting in, or very close to putting in, a bearish engulfing dildo on the 8 hour. 4 hour also currently flipped down. Any divergences here? Get some hidden bearish divergence, so it's a little far back, and this will confirm with any. Actually, you confirmed it here, and from here you're also putting in a bearish engulfing dildo, I believe. What is this high? This is 8.761, 8.754. So there's bearish engulfing, and this will confirm with any close below 8.703%, and that gives you a move down to the silver cross you currently have on the 4 hour, which is puts you down to around 8.5-ish%. Anything else? No. Go to the 2-day. 2-day is now making its way back into the 38.2%. You're putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows on momentum. This will confirm with any close over 8.567%, and then that gives you a move back up to current all-time highs, which lines up with a median currently. 5-day also currently flipped up. You did get a tick down from the bullish control zone, but it's still above the moving average, and it's just likely going to make its way back into the bullish control zone now. And you got to move down to the weekly 5-day 9, and you're getting a pretty strong bounce from that zone. You previously did confirm a local top here with this previous close, but once you get a close over 8.398%, this is going to invalidate that, and you're likely going to bust into somewhere around low to mid 9s at that point. You do have bearish divergence between these 2 points, though, because you do have a lower high in momentum with a higher high in price, and that was confirmed with this candle. Weekly is brushing up against this top 38.2%, the level for the breakout at 8.77%. Momentum is currently putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but you will have to close below 8.383% to confirm it. You came close to having it as a possibility, but you did bounce from that region, and now is no longer going to be confirmed because you are back over that local top number. And once you get a close over the 38.2% at 8.77%, this is likely going to bust into some new all-time highs, somewhere into that 10% region, I'm guessing. 2-week got a rejection from the median on the last close, but we did open above it, which is going to be acting as being above it or closing above it. And you are and this candle's wick low is basically right to that median and the 5 EMA, and you're now once again back above it, and the median is at 8.42%. You close in about 2 days, and if you do close over the median, you do have a target of 10%. And you've got hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week also, which did confirm on this previous candle. And monthly is now also about to put in a local bottom, and this will confirm with any close over 7.864%, and that is going to take you towards the 38.2%, which is currently around 10.5%. And quarterly is also very close to making its way back into the 38.2%. Just needs to close over 8.7%, and this is going to take you to the median, which is currently around 12.2%. But it will move. Let's look at our side. There we go. Daily's got active hidden bullish divergence on Tether. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.299%, and you are putting in another possible drive of hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out these previous lows on momentum or prices making a higher low. And this is going to be 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over 8.771%. And then that gives you a movement to somewhere around 9.6%. 9.6 to 9.9, about 10%. 12 hours got hidden bullish divergence also. Next target is about 8.93%. You have support at around 8.6, which is the neutral zone. 8 hours also got hidden bullish divergence. Critical zone is at 9.4%. 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 8.703%, and then this gives you a move down into somewhere around 8.59% to 8.36%. Not really that much lower. Two hours got bearish divergence. This is going to target somewhere around 8.37%. And 2 days got a local bottom. This is going to target the simple moving average from here around 9.08%. 3 days got a local bottom also. It's going to target 9.3%. 5 days got bearish divergence, although this is very close to invalidating. This will invalidate with any close over 8.853%. And anything else? Let me zoom in on this. No. There's somewhat of a bastardized inverse herp and derp here. And they're a little bit more effective on momentum oscillators. 6 days got some bearish divergence. You have the easy target, which is down to the edge of the bullish control zone, which also lines up with the move down to your 5 EMA. Weekly's got hidden bullish divergence. Next target on that is going to be 11%. You are forming some bearish divergence on the other side, though, but this is going to require a close below 8.383% to confirm. 2 weeks got a local bottom. This is going to target the simple moving average right below 10%, 9.94. Nothing there. Nothing there. Let's go to Bitcoin. Kind of looks like any move into this 5/9 EMA is going to be a short, right around $64,000. From there, I'd be looking for a sweep of these previous lows into 58,000 with a bounce at 62s. Daily's putting in a local top that's going to target the bullish control zone, which is currently sitting around 64,000. 12 hours putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 60. I can't see that number. 64,376. Actually, I was looking at the wrong one. 63,050. And that will give you a move into the neutral zone, which currently is at 63,530. And then the bullish control zone is around 66,000. What else? Nothing there. Oops. .4 hours putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over $62,858, and this is going to give you a move into the neutral zone, which is currently around 65,460. 2 hours confirmed bullish divergence gives you a move into the neutral zone, currently at 63.9, right around 64,000. 2 days got a local top. This gives you a move into the simple moving average, which is currently sitting at 59,900, right around 60,000 bucks. 3 days got a local top also. You're already in the critical zone. 5 days got hit a regular bullish divergence. This is going to give you a target of the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at 73,000, but this will update in 8 hours. And the bearish control zone is at 63.8, which we are in currently. 6 days still got active bullish divergence. This is going to give you a move into the neutral zone, which is currently sitting at 68,226, so 68,230. And the bearish control zone is currently sitting at $57,000. Weekly has got 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to put in some possibility for bullish divergence, but you will need to get a close back over 65,750 bucks. 2 week also has currently bearish divergence. Your target from there is going to be the simple moving average for the minimum, which is currently sitting at $50,800 at that $51,000 level. And the bearish control zone is currently sitting at $69,000. And monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $72,400, and then this gives you a move into this 100 EMA, which is currently around $48,000, but this is going to rise 48.5, but this is going to rise with every single close. And on this next 1 or 2 opens, it's going to be somewhere around that $50,000 to $51,000 region. And kind of just puts in a little cock and balls pattern here, a little herper derp in head and shoulders. Okie dokie. Quarterly, you got confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, and your next target is 63.2. And 6 months currently putting in 3 drives of bearish divergence. And if this does confirm, this gives you a move into wherever the 21 is at that time. Right now, it's sitting around 44 to 45,000, but this is going to rise with every single close and wherever it is at that time. And it's probably going to take a couple of closes before it ends up hitting that. Let's look at momentum. Okie dokie. Daily is currently flipped down on Tether, but it will flip back up with any close over 8.64%. And this will also put in hidden bullish divergence. They'll target your current all-time highs. 12 hours also flipped up with a derp of life, volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.350%. 4 hours currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.71% with that fresh silver cross. 2 hours also down as long as you're closing below 8.71% with volatility almost back to extreme lows. Two-day is currently down as long as you're closing below 8.68%, 8.86%. 5 days currently flipped up with volatility expanding from extreme lows, almost 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.77%. You do have possibility of bearish divergence, but you got to flip momentum back down to confirm it. Weekly is currently also flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 7.44%. It also has bearish divergence here possible, but you got to flip momentum down to confirm it. 2 week is also freshly flipped back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and you are going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.4%. You basically came down to this 5 EMA and kind of front ran it by like a fraction of a percent, and you are getting a bounce from that region now, and you have yet to get momentum of volatility back into extreme lows. I'm guessing somewhere on this next open, it is going to drop into that extreme low territory. Anything else? No. And monthly currently flipped down, very close to flipping up, and with volatility now expanding from 15%. And it's going to be flipped. It will flip back up with any close over 8.74%, which you are very close to. And this will take us into the critical zone. And every single time in the past that we've been tapping the critical zone on monthly on Tether, we have been rejecting it. We have never been in the critical zone on Tether. Even like these previous highs, all-time highs, were below the critical zone. So breaking into the critical zone is likely going to take us into a nice new all-time high, at least somewhere around that 12% region that we previously saw. And quarterly is still flipped up, with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever and hidden bullish divergence, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.78%. Daily on Bitcoin is currently still flipped up, but it will flip back down with any close below $63,200, and this will be a rejection of the bullish control zone. This is where you would expect it to flip down on this next lower high, ideally somewhere around $63,900 to $64,000 to give you that better entry on the short, and then going to be super safe. You could use this as your stop at 67s. Let's see if you can find a better one. 12 hours currently flipped down, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 65,500. 8 hours also flipped down, and it will be down as long as you're closing below 63,950, so about 64,000. So despite this being green, this is just giving you a bearish retest. Anything here? There's some slight hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points, but you do need to flip momentum back up to confirm it. 4 hours currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 62,650, 62.7. Likely it's going to give you a move into somewhere around this cross, around that 64,000 region, and then that's likely where you're going to reject. And you can get a better stop loss on this on the 4 hour. You put it somewhere around 66,360. So that would be, let's see, from 64,000. So loss of around 3.56% versus if you aim at a minimum 62,000, it's around that same percentage, but you're likely going to sweep your current 59,000 low and you put it somewhere around 59,000 flat. And that puts you around 7.6% towards like 10%. Not bad. Ideal entry is anywhere around that 64,000 region with this 4 hour silver cross. And that'll likely give you some hidden bearish divergence at this point as well. 2 days currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over $61,700. And you are forming a local top here on the 2 day, and this will confirm with any close below 63,841. 5 days currently flipped down with hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $75,600. Weekly is currently also flipped down, losing the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $78,400. It's $15,000 above the price action currently. 2 week is currently also freshly flipped down with volatility now starting to expand, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $64,450. And monthly is currently giving you a volatility setup to the downside, with volatility expanding from below 15%, and momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $70,600. You do have possibility of hidden bullish divergence here, but this is going to require momentum to flip back up. And if this does flip back up, what this is going to do is invalidate this volatility setup to the downside. It's going to confirm hidden bullish divergence, and then that's the target current all-time highs. But as of this moment, the volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum, which is down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below $78,600. And if this setup does play out, this is what takes you towards somewhere into that low to mid $40,000 region, which currently does line up with your 6-month bearish divergence targets around that 6-month 21 EMA. But as of now, I am looking for the low time frames, just a little bit of a bounce towards somewhere around $64,000. Tap that 4 hour silver cross. Very likely you will project around that region, and then you'll get moved to somewhere around 62 for a little bounce. But I am eventually looking for that $59,000 low to get swept, and find our next low somewhere around 58,000 to 52,000, somewhere in that region, and then probably going to bounce for a bit after that. Then we have to see if we can put in any high time frame bullish divergences, like on the weekly. That'd be a minimum for me to call that a macro bottom. It will be a weekly bullish divergence, and then from there, would be looking for maybe a little bit of a range between $69,000 and $60,000 for a couple of weeks before the final breakout, like we had with FTX, where we were just ranging between 16,000 and 18,000 for a couple of weeks before we broke out into the 20s. But I think any move up right now into 64s is going to be an opportunity to short, and then you'd be looking towards that $50,000 region to get tapped after that, as long as we are closing daily basis below about $67,300 basically.
Excellent. Let's do, and you guys pick whatever you want to do. I'm guessing Alex will want to do Ethereum. You want to do XRP, and then someone else do Solana.
Alrighty.
And then we can fuck off. Give me all of your Solana at 86 and fuck off. Sir, can I send you my Solana and you pay me 86 right now? Please.
So sell me all of your Solana at 52 cents and fuck off.
Yeah. Ok. Un recordatorio a todos. Solamente vamos a ver cripto. Los mercados están cerrados. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, si todo el fin de semana, porque es un fin de semana largo, esto, ponte tú, cripto cae, MicroStrategy va a abrir, debería de abrir más abajo, Coinbase debería abrir más abajo, etcétera. Si tenemos el rebote de la vida porque anuncian otro fin de la guerra y todo el mundo se la traga y bla, 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 y todo sube, todo va a tener un gap para arriba. Es una estupidez meternos en, dame un trade ahorita. No. Eso es literalmente de novatos. Para todo el mundo preguntando el trade del petróleo, se la pelaron. Estás ya en una tabla diaria, bajando acá, este fue tu fondo y ahora estás subiendo. Alto, bajo. Y ahora después de un bajo, más bajo, tienes que hacer un alto o más bajo, un alto más alto, ¿no? Entonces, de aquí a que lo pongas, esto continúa para arriba. El primer lugar donde te puedes deshacer de el long, si ya lo traes acá del S&P 200, que era el trade más lógico que existía en el planeta, está aquí, en el 55. En los 80. ¿Te quieres poner chula? Los 86, que es donde está el cruce plateado y el EMA, el promedio del 100 ahí. Entonces, tu rapidín en los 80, tu fuerte en los 86, solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Es lo único que vamos a ver fuera de las criptos el día de hoy. Una vez más, el dólar continúa lo que hemos dicho, tendencia para arriba, y es lo que estamos esperando, y esto va a reforzar todo lo que hemos estado diciendo. ¿Con qué? Con que el dólar ha estado subiendo literalmente por un año. Y te han dicho todos los idiotas que leen las tablas en Yahoo Finance que es el fin del dólar. Así que felicidades a todo el mundo por todo eso. Vamos con Bitcoin. Les voy a dar exactamente los trades rápidos. Recuerden, 24 de junio bajó en local, 6 de mayo, 5 de mayo en el ciclo del 2018 fue el tope local. Aquí fue el 6 de mayo, un día después. Había borrado otra métrica que tenía por acá, pero me da totalmente igual. Y el bajón local, el siguiente debería ser el 24 de junio, que fue el 24 de junio del 2018. Para mí, y más sencillo, y no se los puedo poner, este ciclo es mucho más parecido al del 2018 y ahorita puedo entrar en detalles otra vez de por qué, no al del 2022. No tienes el mismo tipo de escenario a través de todos los mercados como en el 2022. Este fue un mercado mucho más frágil y lo que más me gusta de esto es, si siempre les hablo de que la gente tiene memoria de pájaro por todo lo que están viendo en TikTok, güey, si apenas se acuerdan lo que pasó en el ciclo de hace 4 años, que de nuevo, todo el mundo se tragó toda la mierda del ciclo hasta que ya llegamos aquí abajo y ya todo el mundo se volvió un experto y un estudiador del ciclo. Pero todo solamente, lo más padre de esto es que solamente están volteando a ver el del 2022 y nadie está enfocado en este, que vamos literalmente de la mano. Entonces, es lo que voy a seguir jugando en contra de la mente de toda la gente. Honestamente, es la cosa más sencilla de poner enfrente de todos ustedes para darles lo que Alex está pensando, bastante sencillo. Si lo tienes en una tabla semanal y para contestar la pregunta rapidísimo, ¿qué es lo que él ve? Fácil. Él ya te había dado tu corto acá en 65 y cacho, ponte tú por acá, hasta to take profit, que era el SMA 200, ¿no? El promedio de las 200 sesiones, el lento, que está aquí abajo justamente en los 62,200. Lo que él ve es dos sopas para diferentes trades. Uno, en cualquier tabla diaria pierdes los 62,200, el retesteo de la zona le haces corto y de ahí te vas para abajo y eso, según él, te debería llevar a los bajos 50 hasta los 45. ¿Ok? Entonces, una vez más, pierdes los 62,200, el retesteo es lo que vas a hacerle corto. No si baja ahorita de 62, el retesteo en una tabla diaria. Lo puedes hacer en una temporalidad de 4 horas, más riesgoso, 8 horas, menos riesgoso, 12 horas, bastante sólido, o diaria, que es la más sólida de todas, el retesteo. Como tú te la quieras jugar. Ahora, no cae acá. ¿Qué voy a hacer si empieza esta mamada a subir? Alex dice que a los 65 es donde él haría el siguiente corto para regresar al SMA 200 una vez más a los 62. Entonces, si regresas a los 65, ahí te entras en corto para hacer otra vez tu take profit en 62. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que ve Farhan? Básicamente idéntico a lo que dice Alex, idéntico, excepto con una cosa. En vez de que llegue a 65, Farhan ve 64. ¿Ok? Que llegues a los 64, en esta zona te metes, te sales en los 62. Si no puedes romper los 62, vas a estar rangueando por acá. Pero si rompes los 62, entras en corto agresivo una vez más, 62,200, y ahí te vas para abajo hasta esas zonas bastante bajas. ¿Ok? Espero que les haya quedado bastante claro. No hay tanto fluff en este pedo. Entonces, vamos a ver cómo lo vemos. Pregunta Ramón que si tengo tiempo agradecería un comentario de Bitcoin llegando a los 62, pero ETH y ¿cómo se llama? Solana y Ethereum no llegaron a los mínimos anteriores cuando Bitcoin llegó a los 62. La razón es lo que yo ya había contado. Normalmente lo que vemos es que las alts primero hacen fondo y después Bitcoin. Entonces las alts en teoría ya tocaron fondo. Es la teoría que yo tengo. Y porque esto no solamente es la teoría que me salió de los huevos, ¿no? La teoría que yo tengo, y pueden ver que acá Bitcoin lo hizo, ¿no? Diferente. La teoría que yo tengo es algo que estoy siguiendo con los NFTs, que los NFTs primero caen y hacen fondo 4 a 6 meses antes que las altcoins. Y eso lo hizo a principio de este año, entonces eso lo pone para verano y yo lo había marcado en febrero, que para este verano deberíamos de ver el fondo de las alts. No estoy seguro si ya lo marcó o no en total todo el mercado, pero lo que normalmente pasa es, y lo puedes ver en el mercado del 2000, voy a darles Ethereum rápido, el del 2022, que a todo el mundo se le va esta. Bitcoin, Ethereum había hecho fondo en el 2022, perdón, acá. Había hecho fondo en junio, una vez más, otra vez, misma fecha, junio del 2022, y ya después cuando volvió a caer, que Bitcoin hizo un bajo más bajo por acá, Ethereum hizo un bajo más alto. Esto es lo que yo estoy apostando. Me gustaría ver a Ethereum caer más, por supuesto. Me gustaría ver las alto, sí, por supuesto. Todavía tengo una parte de mi portafolio en cash, choncha, la mitad, y me gustaría meterlo todo de putazo en otro bajón. Y ya saben dónde tengo mis niveles. Por eso no se ha movido igual. Pero vamos a, ahora sí, analizar a Bitcoin y por qué les digo que el mercado del 2022 no aplica. En mi opinión, ¿no? Primer factor, la memoria de hormiga que tiene todo el mundo. La memoria de hormiga que tiene todo el mundo no le permite a nadie entender que todo esto se mueve diferente y que todo esto se mueve por política monetaria. No se mueve porque Bitcoin hace de la nada esto y la verga, ¿ok? Bitcoin, cuando llega acá en el 2018, está en un tipo de política monetaria como en la que estamos ahorita. en QT, no quantitative tightening. Y ahora, cuando empieza COVID, que nos da este subidón, sí tiene una movida para abajo, pero esta movida para abajo no se lleva el fondo. Déjenme limpio la tabla para que lo puedan ver. Este movidón para abajo, pueden ver que no fue el fondo. Por más que COVID haya estado cabrón, si compraste aquí, chingaste. No tienes ni que moverte cuando llegaste a este evento. Ahora, lo extraño de este ciclo fue que habías tenido el tope acá en el 2017 y habías venido 2 años después a hacer esto. Ya ibas en camino. Y básicamente ahorita, a mi gusto, estamos más o menos por aquí en esto. Todavía nos quedaría, esperaría yo que ojalá y nos quede una caidita más, ¿no? Pero también pueden notar, si cambio el color de mi línea meme para no confundirlos, el S&P 200 nunca fue penetrado, o sea, nunca tuviste un cierre por debajo de él en el 2018. Tienes la misma política monetaria que en el 2008. Tienes ya la separación de cuánto dinero entró al mercado por 6 años, porque la inyección de dinero fuerte fue aquí, en el 2020. Y eso quiere decir que la gente es más pobre y las alzas están más castigadas, punto. ¿Por qué? Porque, de nuevo, ¿cuál es el orden de la liquidez? El orden del dinero. Primero, cuando tienes mucho dinero, lo primero que compras es un coche. Luego compras una casa. Luego compras acciones. Luego compras criptos y luego compras fotografías de changos. Cuando se te acaba el dinero, vendes las fotografías de changos, vendes tus criptos pendejas, después vendes tu Bitcoin, después vendes tus acciones, después vendes tu coche y después vendes tu casa. Es como funciona todo esto y es idéntico una y otra vez y no cambia nunca porque es comportamiento humano. Y el comportamiento humano, chingo a mi madre si no sigue siendo idéntico todas las veces y nadie aprende nada. Y solamente toda mi acción en el mercado tiene que ver con eso. Punto. Entonces, 2018 no tienes este bajón. Tienes este subidón y después tienes este putazo acá. ¿Qué ocurre acá? Esto es como el permiso y inyección de liquidez lo más importante, bajón de intereses. Bajón de intereses agresivo. Vamos a tener un bajón de intereses agresivo porque nos va a dar una pandemia. Nel, vamos a tener un bajón de intereses agresivo. Tal vez, no. Vamos a tener un bajón de intereses. No le puedo decir que va a ser agresivo. Ahí sí no lo creo y no se los prometo. Yo creo que va a ser gradual. Y esto es lo que va a evitar esto, porque esto estaba, no lo quiero decir premeditado, pero sí estaba premeditado. Entonces tenías que tener este momento. Esta fue una sacada básicamente a todo el mundo para a la gente, los fondos grandes, poder venderles a todos aquí porque ya se iban a la luna. Tiran todos sabiendo que esto venía y ellos vuelven a comprar aquí abajo. Aparte que les hicieron corto y se llevan todo el dinero en lo que todo el mundo se salió aquí, porque era el fin del mundo, pensando voy a comprar aquí abajo cuando regrese y se lleve los mínimos. No, no pasó. Pero una vez más, este ciclo es idéntico al de ahorita por la política monetaria y vas a entrar en esto. Esto, que fue el 20 de marzo del 2020, va a ser en enero. No lo voy a poner todo. Va a ser en enero del 2027. Y no tiene que haber un bajón de este tamaño. Puede haber un bajón de este tamaño. Pero, una vez más, no se llevó con todo y que fue el fin del mundo, COVID, la chingada, no te llevaste los mínimos de acá. ¿Ok? Es algo que deben de tener en mente potente con esto. ¿Ok? Esto es como yo lo veo. Ya les dije qué es lo que están viendo Alex y Parham. Para ellos el mercado bajista va hasta 45 mil dólares. Y ahí es donde ellos van a comprar. Esos son como los niveles 45, 49, 50. Para mí, yo pienso que eso es lo que cualquier persona que solamente hace análisis técnico compraría. Y por eso, ahora, tiene toda la razón del mundo, pero por eso yo no estoy buscando esos números tan bajos. Ahora, para mí, porque estoy apostando a básicamente entre 50 y 57, cuando vea el precio bajar, si nos da ese otro bajón y veo las noticias el sentimiento, etcétera, jugar lo que yo estoy pensando, no me importa el precio, sean 57, sean 55, 53, 51 o 40, es donde voy a comprar. Cuando vea la correlación de esas dos, ¿ok? Simplemente, y con eso voy a promediar. Me da igual. Ya comprando en ese nivel estoy del otro lado. Más aparte lo que ya tengo. Entonces, por ahorita, lo que yo estoy viendo es que este ciclo para mí es el bueno, porque tiene todo el mundo memoria de hormiga por los TikToks. Todo el mundo está viendo el escenario que es idéntico aparentemente que el 2022, donde literalmente caíste del S&P 200 por bastante, pero una vez más, ...2020, 2018... Este es el ciclo del 2018, todo esto. En el S&P 500, ¿no? Comparado con el 2022, donde puedes ver cuánto tiempo pasaste en el S&P 500 debajo del promedio del 100. Acá fue 1, 2, 3, un mes y vámonos a la verga. Aquí fue literalmente un año, tío. De mayo del 22 a mayo del 23. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Una vez más, el promedio, el rojo, el del 100 semanal en esto. Esto es el mercado bajista del 2018 del S&P 500. Esto es COVID. COVID en mercados tradicionales sí te dio un limpión. Este tipo de cosas es lo que yo estoy esperando en mercados tradicionales ahorita. Este tipo de acción ahorita. No los quiero confundir, entonces no pongan atención a eso, solamente a esto. Este tipo de debilidad, compárala con este tipo de debilidad en el 2022. ¿Cuál está peor? El 2022. ¿Estás de acuerdo? Tío, no estás ni en el promedio del 100 ahorita. Me están diciendo todos que va a bajar Bitcoin hasta ahí, la chingada. Puede que sí, pero para mí no tiene sentido alguno. No, perdón, no sé por qué le pique a eso. No tiene sentido alguno, en mi opinión. La otra cosa que quiero que tomen nota de es esta chingadera, Bitcoin, ha estado por encima de este canal. Lo voy a poner en la de 2 semanas para que sea un poco más claro. Ha estado por encima. No, este es el mínimo del 2022, los $15,000. Este es el mínimo del 2023 con todo lo que pasó con el setup de Hamas y luego llegaste hasta acá. Lo has tocado 1, 2, 3, 4. Pónganlo en generalidades, ¿no? 1, no lo tocaste acá. 2, 3. Güey, pero puede caer, hacer esto y venir al S&P 200. Sí, sería la primera vez en toda la historia que viene al S&P 200 y esa debilidad de cripto no sé de dónde vendría, pero pónganse que sí, puede. Está en 42 este pedo y va a continuar subiendo, por lo que estaría en 45 más o menos, que es lo que el nivel técnico, todos estos cabroncillos que siguen TA al culo, es lo que piensan que va a venir, este nivel, en los 42, 45, ¿no? Pero lo que espantaría a todo el mundo es solo esto. Con que esto pase, todo el mundo va a decir, yo voy a comprar, voy a vender para comprar aquí abajo, ya que ya sé cómo va a funcionar todo. Punto. ¿No? Una vez más, promedio del 100, la línea roja, vean cuánto tiempo estuviste acá. En el mercado del 2018, nunca caíste del promedio del 100. Y ahorita estás abajo del promedio del 100. ¿Qué no puede ser algo entre? Ahora vas a tener un cruce plateado aquí a la baja. ¿Cuántas veces hemos tenido cruces plateados a la baja? En la de 2 semanas. Aquí, en el 2018, te lo dio acá, para que lo puedas ver. Este cruce plateado de acá, lo puedes ver, ya habías tocado fondo cuando te lo dio. O sea, ya aquí este cruce plateado te lo había dado ya cuando tocaste el fondo. Eso fue el 2022, 2018. En el 2000, espérame, en el 2022 te lo dio acá, en esta vela. ¿Ok? Y de esta vela al fondo fue un 21% más. Bien. Yo tengo planeado otro 16% para abajo, no esto. ¿Ok? Entonces, una vez más, este mercado tuvo mucho más para abajo que el pasado. En mi opinión, bueno, esto no es mi opinión, esto es cierto. Este mercado bajó mucho más agresivo, fuerte y se quedó más tiempo abajo contra el 2018. El peor es que medimos todo por porcentajes nada más, pero este mercado fue mucho peor y más bajista que el del 2018. En general, no lo puedes ni comparar. ¿Qué había en común entre aquí y allá? No había todas las instituciones ya metidas formalmente con sus ETFs y todas esas mamadas encima de todo. No tienes la bolsa cayendo, no tienes todos esos factores extras, ¿no? No los tienes. Bien. Ok. Espérame. Voy a acabarme mi café, brother. Vientos. Entonces, si me da un cruce plateado acá, en esta próxima sesión, ¿no? Por ahí del 22 de junio, que es la que sigue. Me das el cruce plateado, existe una probabilidad de que ya hayas visto el fondo o existe esta otra probabilidad de que no estés tan lejos y te quede un 16% para el fondo. A mí, cuando veo esta estructura, por ejemplo, que es la M de McDonald's, ¿no? Tan famosa, que la vimos en el 2021, la famosísima M de McDonald's. Lo que me dice acá la fuerza que lleva esto comparado con esto es este bajón de acá fue 56%. Este bajón de acá fue 30%. 31%. 20% menos. Eso me pone no tan agresivamente a esperarme a que todo esto se vaya al megaculo, ¿no? Pero, digo, una vez más, todo en este planeta puede pasar, mis estimados. Nada más, 55 mensual ha aguantado bien. En el fondo del 2000 no teníamos el 55 acá, pero en el 2020 no me sirvió de nada. Ok. Con eso dicho, voy a poner el índice. Y voy a quitar todas mis líneas, un segundo. En la trimestral, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que traes por acá? 1, 2, 3 velas rojas. Hemos tenido 4 en el 2022. Hemos tenido 3 en el 2019 al 18. Y acá solamente 2 y luego 1, ¿no? Entonces, tienes una buena caída. Esta vela va a cerrar en 11 días y 8 horas. Acá caíste hasta el 34 y el 20, entre el 34 y el 21. Acá te apoyaste solamente en el 21 por 3 velas. 1, 2, 3 y esta fue la de COVID. 1, 2 y puede que nos dé otra vela que nos deje de aquí a, que es junio, agosto, septiembre o hasta octubre, por aquí al lado. Es lo que yo esperaría, un poco más parecido a esta instancia que esta. Pero si tú estás esperando esto, tío, tienes el promedio del 34 aquí en los 47, que se va a mover probablemente 48, 49, ¿no? Que es donde esperarías si eres mercado, si eres ciclo 2022, ¿no? Fan del ciclo del 2022, vas a venir acá y esta es la zona donde quieres comprar. Y ahí la tienes. Si soy de ciclo 2018 estás ya tocaste ya cerca del fondo y por ahí andas, ¿no? Básicamente. Tienes una vela topera, instantáneamente seguimiento. Obviamente estás en una tendencia bajista, para de verdad que te lleve el culo, te tienes que llevar estos 49 aquí. Lo puedes ver perfectamente cómo fue la zona donde te apoyaste antes, etcétera, ¿no? Para poder hacer eso. Vientos. Es algo que me gusta de esto. Un segundo. No. Estando debajo del promedio del 9 y debajo del promedio del 5, pues estás en un mercado bajista, tío, ¿no? Llevas un rato en él, llevas casi, básicamente 9 meses, desde octubre del 2025 hasta ahorita. En el de Bitcoin, nada más, porque en lo de los altcoins llevas mucho más tiempo que eso, nada más. Llevas año y medio, o casi un año y 9 meses en realidad. Solana hizo tope en enero del 2025. Entonces tuviste todo el 2025 y estos 6 meses del 2026. Llevas un año y medio en un mercado bajista en Solana. Me parece que es lo mismo en Ethereum, ¿no? O Ethereum topó después. Bueno, ahorita lo vemos, de todas maneras. Entonces ahí lo tienes, estás en una tendencia bajista. Y la pregunta es, ¿no? ¿Qué team eres? Equipo 2018, estás por ahí en el fondo. Equipo 2022 va a estar por acá. Equipo Andrew Tate está aquí abajo, ¿no? Es sencillo. Y una vez más, toma tú tus decisiones. Yo no te estoy diciendo que yo estoy en lo correcto. Te estoy contando mis pendejadas para que te burles de mí y ya. Ahora, acá en la mensual tienes tendencia bajista, por supuesto, acá haciendo lo mismo que hacen todos los mercados bajistas, pero ya te llevaste el mínimo tranquilo. A mí lo que me gustó de este llevarte el mínimo fue lo culero que fue, porque esta es una trampa psicológica. Esto es, en mi opinión, la cosa más culera que le pudieron haber hecho a todos y eso es lo que me gusta. Y lo que me dijo, ¿sabes qué? Vamos a tirarle rico aquí, porque siempre les conté que, güey, no me vas a venir a decir que Bitcoin vino a fondear con un bajo más alto que el pasado, güey. O sea, ni de mamada, ni de mamada. Y ya vino y se llevó este mínimo. Todavía no se ha llevado este, que está low. 58,890, 59,100. Ah, sí, por eso me falló como por $200 el pronóstico del mínimo, que todos, pues ya, todos ustedes saben que pues todo vale verga. Tienes una vela topera con instantáneo seguimiento, lo que te está diciendo que va a ser un breakdown y probablemente en 11 días que cierras esta vela mensual, cierres debajo del promedio del 55. Vamos a ver. La última vez que hiciste eso y cerraste bajo el promedio del 55, fuiste al 100. Una vez más, Team 2022, vienen para acá, ¿no? A los $48,000. Nada mal. 2 semanas. 2 semanas estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado, estás en el promedio del 100, perdiéndolo, tienes un nuevo mínimo. ¿Qué es lo que haces después de un bajo, un alto más bajo y un bajo más bajo? Debería ser un alto más bajo para después continuar a la baja, ¿no? Es lo que esperarías de este mercado bajista y quedarte algo. No tocaste ni siquiera en el 2022 el promedio del 200, el promedio del 200 está en los 42, lo que una vez más, Team 2022 está aquí en tus 42, 45, $48,000. ¿No? Con tu cruce plateado a punto de ocurrir, cualquier movimiento a los $72,000 es lo que te pondría chido. Ahora, para mí, esto es muy importante. Se los he contado 1000 veces. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez que regreses por encima de esta línea meme, y yo sé, son líneas meme, son completamente personales, no son perfectamente imparciales, no es totalmente lo más personal que existe. Para mí, yo voy a saber que vamos ya a romper la tendencia bajista una vez que retomemos esto otra vez. Porque si ya lo viniste a hacer con un SFP y vienes otra vez, probablemente aquí es lo que ya te lleve para arriba. Todo el mundo está esperando a que cierres arriba de 72. Si eres de las personas muy precavidas, puedes usar el promedio del 100, una retomada del promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas que está en 69, que también coincide con los primeros máximos de acá, ¿no? Básicamente aquí está. Puedes verlo perfectamente. El promedio del 100 está tal cual donde estaba el pico del 2021. Esa sería tu primera llamada. La segunda serían estos 73, donde está esta línea meme, y ya tu mega confirmación está en los 82. Esto puede ser para la gente que sea un poco más desesperada y que se quiera meter elegantemente más desesperadamente en este trade. Semanal, pues, ¿qué te digo? Estás justamente en el SMA 200, donde el Team 2022 no está contento y quieren ver todavía más de esto. Entonces, por ahorita, estando aquí en el SMA 200, no puede ser completamente agresivo en cortos. Es lo que están diciendo Alex y Farhan mismos, que 65 para Alex, llegas, vas a volver a regresar al SMA 200, a esos 62, 200. Pero para Farhan son 64. Cualquiera de esos dos zona de corto para venir de acá de vuelta. No vas a seguir subiendo. Pero no te vas a mamar y aguantar el corto porque este SMA 200 continúa subiendo y tú puedes seguir rangueando por encima de él por un rato, tío. Si es que esto fuera a ser Team 2018. Vean esto. Todo eso ocurrió ahí abajo. 2022 no. 2022 fue otra cosa. ¡Pum! Ahora, lo que yo estaría esperando es algo así. Esto es lo que yo en total estoy esperando. Ver algo así, que no viste acá. Y como pueden notar, el cierre de esta vela fue aquí abajo del S&P 200, pero solo fue uno. Fue un gran S&P esto que te llevó al pompazo de tu puta vida. Ya como tal, me gusta la psicología en donde estamos parados aquí, por eso soy Team 2018, ¿no? Y esa es, todo el mundo está planeando entradas. Yo ya estoy adentro. Porque normalmente cuando todo el mundo está, no, güey, es que yo voy a entrar aquí y acá y acá, esta madre se da la vuelta y va a chingar todo el mundo a su puta madre. Lo peor que puede hacer esto, porque aún así a mí me dejaría un poco fuera, un poco, sería que esto continúe subiendo, que esto siga por acá, de aquí hasta pinche agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre, quieres decir como quieras, y de ahí se vaya para arriba. ¿Cuántos de ustedes se quedarían fuera si eso pasa? Y esa es la cosa, la gran mayoría. Ahora, si venimos acá a los entre 50 y 40, ¿no? De acá, Team 2020, Team 2022. Si venimos acá, todo el mundo tiene sus entradas aquí puestas, todo el mundo, ¿no? Entonces ahí todo el mundo estaría contento. Y normalmente el mercado no te da lo que todo el mundo está buscando. A mí me gusta más la psicología. A mí esto me encanta, la psicología de cogerte a la gente. Si esto llega a bajar ahorita este fin de semana, donde cerraron la bolsa temprano y todo, quiero recordarles que Coinbase tuvo este bajón acá que te enseña, ¿no? A 137, cuando estaba cerrada la bolsa y en after hours. Y abrió, hizo, y a la verga para arriba. Cuando estaba en after hours, llegó a 120 cacho. Pero nunca te lo dieron tan limpio. Nunca. Y esas son las gatadas que hacen. Strategy, una vez más. Ayer todo el mundo se volvió un experto en lo pendejo que es Michael Saylor por primera vez. No por primera vez, pero por primera vez en 4 años. Sigue sin llevarte este mínimo. ¿Por qué? El FODEP Strategy aquí van a vender Bitcoin, está de la verga. No mames, Michael Saylor es un pendejo. El FOD de aquí es mucho más potente que este. ¿Por qué aquí llegó a 104 y acá no? Algo que preguntarse. Y lo mismo con Coinbase. Coinbase sigue más el mercado de las alts, por cierto. Así que ahí lo tienen, ¿no? ¿Qué espero de Bitcoin? Lo mismo que estos cracks. En estos movimientos cortos, a corto plazo, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, ya veniste a retestar el 9 y el 21. Venías de acá, ya sacaste a todo el mundo del long, a todos, hasta acá. Y si estoy viendo esto, que una vez tuve el cruce plateado, acá, ¿no? Estaba todo cerca de los promedios. Acá toqué el 9, acá lo toqué, lo rompí, me fui al 21. Yo esperaría, personalmente, probablemente venir a joder al 34. Más o menos a esta zona. Pero este trade para mí no tiene riesgo. ¿Por qué? ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Que tal vez esto acá yo me esperaría a ver. ¿Por qué? Bajo, ¿no? Luego elimino a los cortos, bien. Elimino a los longs, bien. Elimino a los cortos. Hasta acá todos estos cortos ya están jodidos, bien. Elimino a todos los longs otra vez, todos los de acá, bien. ¿Y ahora qué voy a hacer? Si voy a hacer un culero de mierda, sacar a todos estos güeyes y a estos. Y este es el movimiento que yo les había dicho, yo estaba esperando se diera para poder darnos el bajón. Es lo que yo esperaría. Pero también tienes el hecho de que el 24 de junio es donde hiciste el fondo del 2022, que es lo que hemos estado siguiendo a la perfección. Un segundito. Digo, el 2018. El bajón local. ¿Dónde está? Aquí. En la diaria. Aquí estás. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Allí hemos estado por acá, que vengamos y ahí nos quedemos. Ese es donde nos dio el siguiente movimiento a la baja. No fue el fondo total, pero fue el movimiento a la baja que sigue. Para mí ese sería el movimiento de fondo total. Depende de la reacción de las noticias y de todo. Ahora, no estoy intentando predecir. Simplemente con eso es lo que me va a guiar. Pero, por ahora, no cortos donde estás ahorita, por el amor de Dios, porque estando por encima del S&P 200 te va a chingar. Tiene más chance de venir para acá arriba. Y ve esta zona. Ve qué bonita está esta zona. Puede ser un ranguito rico. Y ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver. What's next? Ethereum. Yes, Ethereum.
Yeah, some ETH. Let me go here. Let's check it out because we have some pretty big setups on Bitcoin. So that should equate to some nice setups on ETH. One would think. So if you view the monthly here, you are actually getting into a fresh breakdown. Really, I mean, this move down that you've been experiencing so far has just really been the 34 loss. Don't really trade the 55, leading to a direct move to the 100, where you got a mean reversion bounce, a pretty impressive one, but it stopped at the 5. So that's instant weakness, back to lower low posturing. And now you do see in July, you're about to lose that monthly EMA 100 for the first time ever. This is playing, and well, let me see here. ETH USD. Let me see the, I guess Coinbase. There probably is more data. Nothing. ETH USDT. Binance, where is it? It's even less data. Just want to make sure we're, accurately seeing the EMA 100 properly, because I don't see it populated too much. But I want to say, I guess it'd be Bitunix actually. Yeah, so it really hasn't ever been lost. Just wanted to triple check that because I do use Bitstamp here, but don't think it matters too much for something like Ethereum. Now you do see this is the first time ever it's about to be lost. That instantly means that this is the weakest Ethereum has ever really been ever. You haven't even had really dramatic wicks below the EMA 100. This is the first time ever, and really plays into the idea that this cycle is a little different in terms of kind of where Bitcoin's at, the volatility, and even the posturing on alts. Into July, you're about to become extremely weak. And once you lose this monthly EMA 100, there really will be nothing but air until $1,400. We'll still play what we know. $1,400 will be your big spot. And if you lose that, yeah, $580 to $400 Ethereum is incoming. I do believe you're just simply going to fill all of this out. A very typical crypto move. And we have to really be looking at it in 2018. If you lose $1,400, you're back into this posturing, which all it took ETH to do is go up to 14, reject, 1, 2 months, back down to $400. Like, this price action is very real, just like this one is. We had some chop, of course, but that still took you down to $800 Ethereum. Now, really being in this zone, you really as a bull have to pray $1,400 doesn't become lost, because now even when you're dissecting this, you really can see, yeah, very easily this can go down to $350. 580 is actually very gracious. The setups here are under 400, 1,400. You move down to 400. So that's just on the monthly. You're getting something different, never before seen. You've been rejecting your monthly 5, and we're talking some pretty big rejections off the 5. That was a 33%. So you have to really be wondering what the monthly 100, if it becomes lost in 11 days, will give into July. No volatility setup, just back above the moving average. Now, this is an indication for how the monthly is about to close. This is exactly why I'm still posting shorts, and we even have a short setup a little higher in the 1800. Just posted another short setup right now on ETH, because I do believe this does give me confidence of what I mentioned on my Bitcoin analysis. I believe we are about to form some kind of bottom, possibly this weekend, within the next week or two at least. And that's based on this biweekly. You have just freshly lost the biweekly SMA 200 for the first time ever. And again, that's just showing you the shift, the weakness in ETH, and the idea that really the monthly hundreds most likely not going to hold as long as you do close under this biweekly SMA 200. So already off the bat, you don't even need to wait 11 days. You know the biweekly is extremely bearish, more bearish than we've ever seen before. So much so bearish that even into that low that we had in March, April, right? That massive Trump low, the tariff low, that put Ethereum on a new high, has now potentially been SR'd, and it's brewing the breakdown. So the opposite move here is here. Pretty disastrous stuff, actually. You will notice that volatility is pretty much near the same level as it was here back in the April low versus here. And so it's literally just a flip setup. That's 230% from biweekly SMA 200. This really happened quite aggressively. 1 month. Let's just measure the days, I guess will be better. About 126 days. So yeah, Ethereum can absolutely go and test the $800 low and possibly even lower from this point. Nothing is stopping it now. And pretty, again, disastrous perspective here for ETH. You're in a bi-weekly silver cross to the downside. Let's see the last silver cross to the downside on ETH. So it was here. And that actually led price down 34% upon the cross. I'll measure it. I'll give bulls the benefit of the doubt. I'll measure that from the biweekly 9, assuming we get the retest down 30%. So that's testing back at 1,400 minimum. So seeing this is damning. This is breakdown. And really the only hopium is 1,400. You can really see that once that's lost, absolute capitulation on Ethereum. Like straight up too. Oh, look at this. This is proving to you that the monthly is entering in a breakdown and the bi-weekly is confirming it. Lost 38.2%. All you did this week was bearish retest SMA 200 and retest bottom 38.2%. You've seen actually Ethereum from the bi-weekly breakdown actually go right into the 97.5%. That's at 870 on ETH. You do notice the 100% at 680. So there is literally nothing stopping ETH from going at minimum to $800 from this point. Again, pretty damning perspective, especially when you are getting back above the moving average. No setup here on volatility. But remember, it's the same exact volatility posturing that we had in March, April before we went on that bazooka move up. So why wouldn't we now just nuke from here? There's nothing stopping price, which is crazy maybe to say, but that is just kind of the reality of ETH right now. There's no strength in this chart. You have a hammerhead on the weekly, similar to Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance actually had that hammerhead on the weekly. Here, ETH has one. You want to be watching this low. That low's at 1,603. If you start taking out $1,600, that's your indication you're about to dump $200 towards $1,400. Lose $1,400, boom, break down to 580. You really can't talk about altcoin strength though, as long as you're rejecting the EMA 5 on every single higher time frame. Very hard. Terrible chart. And really, I mean, zooming out, it's just like on the cliffside edge. Really, you've had this false breakdown, took you to 880. Here, this took you to 1,000, and that's it. So really would like to see what happens once we actually lose $1,400. And I will say, once we get under $600 on ETH, even $800 on ETH, no one's going to be buying this bad boy anymore. Actually, everyone's just going to be upset, depressed. But this is where you buy. Really, this is like, I believe ETH's going to do better than Bitcoin next cycle. I want to be ETH dominant, really, on my investment bags, with like, you know, maybe Bitcoin being lesser of the even ETH soul than Bitcoin. Strategy coin, that'd be perfect for crypto. 5-day looks like it's just grinded out the next major lower high, confluence to a stop loss idea here at 1,850. 5 days also in breakdown. Daily has freshly lost the 9. You haven't even rallied up to the 9. Crazy the weakness here. So even if you rallied up to the daily 9, you are in short setup, and this literally fills our academy short. We had another short setup here on ETH, perfectly filled, but now I am, just like I played the 21 here, going to play the 9. Look at this move off this 21. It was brilliant, 7%. So now that I know the spot we're in, the 1,400 target, the fact that we're losing the 9, the fact that we're rejecting the monthly 5, a weekly lower high, 5-day lower highs possibly put in, that means that really this setup could give you about an 18% drop. All you're doing now is essentially staying under June 17th high. So that 1810, 1,810, as long as it's not breached, you're going to break down here. Look at how easy it was on the daily coming down. Once you lost your daily EMA 9, you just simply rejected it the entire way down. So boom, let me short this. All right, that gave me 8%. Let me short this. Oh, wow, that gave me a 7%. Let me short this. Wow, that paid out well. That gave me 24%. So there's no need to complicate things. All we did here was reclaim the 9, expand from the 9, reject the 21. Now we're back under the 9. It's not bullish. And it's just in a daily breakdown. Let's see where that median shifts. Let's check that 2-day closing today. Yeah, back within the blue zone. Median has that 1,600 on 2-day target. So regardless how you look at it, not looking bullish on ETH at all. Let's check the 4-hour. Let's see if there's anything at all looking bullish. Nope. 4-hour silver cross to the downside, rejecting 4-hour 9. Consistent lower highs. Even shorts are scaling in right now and having their stop here. So then let me delete that. And like literally aggressive 4-hour shorts are shorting here and having their stop right here. If they get stopped out, they're re-shorting the 21. And they'll have their stop loss here. So you have options on an ETH short for sure. ETH is looking bad. And that's why I just posted an e-short for ETA right now. Now kind of missed a little bit. I think our entry is 1,710. I'll have to double check, but we'll have to see. So that's ETH. I hope we're understanding how terrible it looks, kind of the higher time frame chart, how dramatic this sell-off has been off just a monthly 5, and the fact that the yearly is about to lose the 9, possibly. The fact also, meaning if we dump from here to 500, we absolutely could close and then get a rally back up to the yearly 9 at 1,700. Just that alone would mean that you're about to put in a 200% mean reversion minimum off these lows, which is beautiful for an investment perspective. Now, this monthly, though, is damning. The bi-weekly is extremely damning. As long as you're under the bi-weekly SMA 200 and rejecting, this is just going to result into a breakdown. This could literally be the easiest trade of the year. Literally, actually, I do believe. And I think we were talking about that here on 2,400. Trade of the year will be when ETH does end up going to $600, honestly. So slowly but surely it's confirming it. I see nothing on my end to be concerned about that. And even on this little pop-up from Bitcoin, seems like it's just filling our Bitcoin short. So maybe ETH does end up getting filled a little more. All good. Now let's see ETH BTC real fast and see what we're dealing with. I do see we're at our support zone. This was our previous breakout zone, and we wanted this to be retested at 2.6 zone, but now it is. Let's see if we get the expansion up. If we do, next target will be 298. But remember, that's a bullish perspective. This still isn't a downtrend. You're in a lower low. If in next month you end up producing a lower high here, will result into another lower low break. This just looks like it's just slowly grinding down. Now, weekly is looking weak to me, but you do need to see the 2637 level taken out. If you do see these wicks, well, basically falling back within this range, would mean you're going to aggressively drop to the 2.3 level. That's basically about a 12% drop. We're gearing up for a drop. We have a weekly lower high after a lower low. It is all there. We just need to see bears flex now and move down. If you end up taking out the high of June, so here at like 287, okay, that's your first sign of bullish momentum, and maybe you're going to go up to the 3. But until then, this is literally producing a lower high and under the weekly 5. Very hard to be bullish here. Excuse me. After consecutive red dildos, this just looks like it's now resetting that streak. So exactly what you'd want to see as a bear. Consecutive red dildos resets the streak so that we can consecutively still produce red dildos. It's a red dildo party on ETH. Still 2-day looks like a lower high. Lose essentially 2637 equals the breakdown on ETH versus Bitcoin. So you do see you're very close. Not breaking down quite yet, but very close. So you need to be watching that where this weekly will end up closing in 2 days. I do believe ETH versus Bitcoin will end up going to the 1623 level eventually. That there should be where we bottom out. And I am looking for Ethereum to find a nice bottom into that 1.6 level. We've only ever tested it here in 2019, 2020, and that was an epic bottom. I actually want to see that get tested again. We almost got it in 2025. Why not now? So that 1.62 level is my bottoming zone on ETH versus Bitcoin. We don't have a lot of data, but with the data we do have, it is a pretty nice spot to see some nice lift off in price action. So overall, ETH looks very weak. Watch 1600 to confirm a breakdown. If you do end up getting back above 1,850, good. Most likely a move then up to around 2,600. But if you end up losing 1,600, that's your confirmation of a move to 1,400. 1,400 is your big spot. That's where it all makes or breaks ETH. Lose 1,400, you're back within this market where it literally only took ETH about a month and a half to go from 1,400 all the way down to $560. So that's kind of what we're watching. This is still where I'm going to be investing in Ethereum. And I am looking now into July, if we close under the monthly 100, to be literally the weakest posturing on ETH we've ever seen before. And that should equate to a major move down. So that's all I have on ETH.
Thank you, senor. Perfecto. And then Farhana will do XRP and then close with Salamis.
Perfect.
Ok, voy a quitar todas mis pendejadas y les voy a dar esto tal cual me lo dio Alex. Esa sigue ahí. Esta debería seguir ahí. Voy a quitar esta. Vientos. Vientos. Ok. 13 de junio del 2022. Junio del 2022. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral. Rápidamente y ponerlo de una forma sencilla. Déjame, subo esto donde tiene que estar. Aquí. Perfecto. De acuerdo a lo que nos dio Alex. Y voy a quitar esta. Y aquí abajo. Es esta. Y esta. ¿Ok? Vale. Lo que Alex dice es, él va a invertir en Ethereum cuando venga a esta zona, en los 500 y 424. Ethereum ha tenido este alto, este bajo, alto más bajo, un bajo más alto, un alto más alto, y ahora está a punto de hacer un bajo más bajo acá. Y esto lo haría 1, 2, 3 con 3 velas literalmente trimestrales. Puedes ver que Ethereum nunca ha cerrado por debajo del promedio del 34 y faltan 11 días y 8 horas para que en la trimestral cierres por debajo de eso, y eso indicaría demasiada debilidad para Ethereum. Una vez que tengas ese cierre, básicamente lo que quieres hacer es usar esto como retesteo para poder hacer tu corto a mínimo los 1400. Si los 1400 no aguantan, y esto es gran parte de la tesis que está compartiendo Alex con nosotros, que puedes ver es el máximo del 2018. ¿Ok? Acá. Si estos 1400 no aguantan, se rompen y esto cae, eso quiere decir que tienes básicamente aire hasta primero la zona de los 870, que es este mínimo. Y una vez que te lo lleves por la gran debilidad que debería de tener a ese punto, simplemente vas a ir a esta zona de 513 a $420, que es donde él está planeando en invertir en Ethereum. ¿Ok? Para poder seguirlo un poco más de cerca, y ahora se los doy, denme un segundito. Solamente quiero limpiar un poco esta chingadera. Ok. En la mensual tienes un setup no tienes un setup de volatilidad, pero tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída. Estás cayendo por primera vez por debajo del promedio del 100. Tienes también tu RSI acá, que literalmente se compara con este de acá, y nunca había estado tan abajo. Solamente en los bajos más bajos ha estado ahí. Bueno, eso da igual. Pero tienes volatilidad expandiendo en este momento y el cierre mensual de 11 días y básicamente 12 días, ¿no? Si cierras por debajo de 1800, vas a tener acá la confirmación, como en la trimestral también, que esta va a ser tu zona para hacer un gran corto en los 1800 y venir primero a los 1400, y de ahí, una vez que rompas los 1400 a los 800, y de los 800, una vez que rompas ahí a los 500 o hasta $400. Tienes también el promedio del 21 a punto de cruzar por debajo del 34, mucha debilidad, el 9 por debajo del 55. Esto no lo habías visto nunca en la historia en una tabla mensual de Ethereum. Y como dice, nunca habías visto tampoco un cierre mensual por debajo del promedio del 100 en Ethereum. En la de 2 semanas también se ve completamente acabada. La tabla, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. La última vez que tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja fue acá. Y este cruce plateado ya habías tocado fondo, pero te dio un buen bajón, si no estoy equivocado, ¿no? Ya que te lo dio de acá hasta acá, de 33% de tope a fondo. Entonces, ya te dio este cruce plateado. Y ahora en el cruce plateado vamos a decir que es esto. Bueno, este ya fue más grande. Entonces, no me acuerdo cómo vergas usó esa referencia. Pero acá el cruce plateado ya había visto el fondo, tal vez en el 2018 no. En el 2018 el cruce plateado fue acá y también fue el fondo en la de 2 semanas. Pero en este también fue. No, el cruce plateado te lo dio y el fondo vino después. Bueno, lo que hasta ahora es el fondo vino después. Está ahorita acá en modo caída. La cosa es, ya tuviste un cierre por debajo del SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas. Nunca lo habías tenido porque pues acaba de popular empezando en marzo del 2023. Tuviste esto donde lo penetraste poquitito, como la primera vez que lo hiciste, pero aquí ya tuviste tu primer cierre. Si no puedes cerrar por encima de 1866, básicamente eso sería un retesteo a la baja. Faltan 2 días y 8 horas, por cierto. Otro cierre acá, básicamente estaría casi confirmándote esto. Tiene que a huevo continuar cayendo. No te ha dado 3 cierres malos, por ejemplo, y después te da para arriba o 4 en esta ocasión, por ejemplo, y después te dio el movimiento al alza. Pero una vez que ya ves esto, empiezas a decir, güey, ¿qué pedo con esta chingadera? Está frita totalmente. Y es lo que Alex piensa. Y de acá, entonces, esto debería de poder rechazar, dar buenos cortos fáciles para venir a los 1400. 1400 básicamente sería la zona a rechazar, sería esta para los siguientes cortos en los 1600 y ahí continuar para abajo a los 800. 800, que es lo que te tiene que rechazar, de vuelta a los 1000 y de los 1000 a los $500. Es como serían básicamente estos movimientos. Semanal, ¿qué nos cuenta la tabla semanal? La tabla semanal llevas una eternidad debajo del SMA 200 acá. Un segundo. Oye, esto parece Cardano, brother. ¿Cómo se verá Cardano en esta tabla? El S&P 200 lo perdiste en enero del 2026. Pum, retesteaste, te rechazó, caíste y ahora estás acá. Simplemente intentando hacer un retesteo, el promedio del 5 que te rechazó, ni siquiera llegaste al promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está en $1,940. Ahorita estás rechazando el promedio del 5, pero este bajo y la pregunta es, ¿este alto ya acabó y este fue el bajo y ahora este es el alto más bajo? Y la respuesta va a ser más fácil de lo que crees. Si Ethereum supera los 1850, va a ser más alto. Si esta misma vela baja de 1600, 1600 es lo que te abre el canal para venir aquí abajo a los 1400 para que sepas. Y eso confirmaría que la tendencia efectivamente tocó tope acá y ahora vas para abajo. Y en la diaria te pone un poco más de confluencia a lo que dice, donde tienes mega cruce plateado a la baja, retesteaste el promedio del 21, te rechazó y ahora cortos agresivos pueden entrar en el promedio del 9, que son los 1724, o cortos menos agresivos pueden esperar los 1780 y usar esta invalidación. Para la invalidación del corto aquí abajo, el agresivo, serían 1763, que es esta vela. Bastante claro. Entonces, cortos, es la idea con todo esto. Y, de nuevo, el promedio del 9 en la diaria es lo que te llevaría 1724 para abajo. Tu invalidación serían 1760. Y si quieres usar un corto más elegante, serían 1783 y una invalidación acá en los 1848. 1848. Y ya pues, de ahí, una vez más, la tesis es, aguantas, esperas a ver si los 1400 se rompen. Si los 1400 se rompen, vienes a 800 primero, a esta zona de acá. Y después vienes a los 500 o hasta $400. Y ahí pues es donde Alex compraría Ethereum. Ahí lo tienen. Perfecto. Voy a hacer rápido el sorteo de Bitunix que se me olvidó. Acá lo tengo. Regalamos esta semana $12,000 porque vamos tarde. Digo, porque nos había faltado $3,000 de la semana pasada, pero aquí están. Vamos a acabar con esto. De nuevo, para participar, lo único que tienen que hacer es tradear con nosotros en Bitunix. Cada semana es lo que representa esto. Por eso hay muy poca gente que lo hace y están ganando repetidamente. Así que voy a empezar con el primer ganador, como de que no, chingada madre. Vámonos por esos $1,500 en USDT que puedes tradear en futuros y te vas a poder sacar todas tus ganancias una vez que las tengas. Pero gracias a Dios es por... Vamos a ver quién ganó. Raf, estoy seguro que has ganado antes, mi Rafael. Voy a asumir que te llamas Rafael. Felicidades. Vientos, acuérdate que para solamente reclamar tu premio, tienes que ir a la campanita que está aquí arriba en Bitunix, picarle y ahí te va a salir un cupón para que trades en futuros. Te llevas esos $1,500. Vamos a ver quién se lleva los $1,000 ahora. Espero que no seas tú, Raf. Vamos a ver quién se lleva estos $1,000 rapidísimo. Denle un segundo. ¡Buya! Suspect 44. Felicidades, mi estimado. Espero que seas fan de Lewis Hamilton, mi hermano. Y por eso le pusiste 44. Te llevas $1,000 en futuros de USDT para que los puedas tradear y llevarte las ganancias a casa. Así que no lo pierdas, cabrón. Usa todo lo que te hemos enseñado, chingada madre, ¿no? Y el último, vamos a ver quién es el último ganador de nuestro concurso el día de hoy para acabar de dar estos $12,000 con Bitunix. Recuerden que para participar solamente tienen que usar nuestro enlace de referidos. Si ya se registraron con Bitunix con otro enlace, solamente usa otro correo y abre otra cuenta usando nuestro enlace y con eso ya participas en estas cosas. Ubi, estoy seguro que Ubi acaba de ganar también en el pasado. Ubi, muchísimas felicidades. Recuerden que todos sus premios son instantáneos y llegan en forma de cupón. Voy a ver si Ubi ganó la semana pasada. Espérame. Sí. Ubi, hijo de puta, ganaste los $1,500. ¿Ven? No hay tanta persona jugando, tío. Y ya. Pues vale. Ubi, te llevaste 500 ahorita y la semana pasada. Bueno, y el premio pasado, el del miércoles, o sea, te llevaste $2,000. Felicidades, mi estimado. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver XRP con Farhano el africano y vamos a darle para adelante. Mr. Farhano.
Alrighty. I didn't realize I was downgraded to Africano.
It just rhymed. I wonder why it came out like that, but you know, that's just what played. I'm sorry.
Or
My-
no, that's funny.
The Argentinian in my blood is committing suicide right now.
Oh, because you fucking put $20 into Argentina winning. Of course they're gonna win. By the way, what's your return, right? If Argentina wins, you're gonna earn 1.1 times your money.
I made $50.
That's pretty good.
$50.
I'll take
50
any
bucks
money
is-
whatsoever. The only
it's a
thing I
free-
learned from betting and gambling is not telling Belen when I'm doing it because she's fucking miserable.
That gets me some. It's not quite enough for some Texas barbecue, but it's almost enough.
Maybe for the Uber ride if there's no driver in the robo taxi.
No, I'm stealing my mom's car free.
It's pretty good. There you go. There's some money there. There's some money in there.
Yeah, is this a trade or investment?
No, it's just XRP in general.
Alrighty.
And if you see a trade, fucking throw the trade, right?
Alrighty, claro, senor. Get down to the quarterly. Okay, so let's start with the quarterly on XRP. We got momentum flipping down, continuing to go down, approaching the reset zone. We are taking out this previous low on momentum. We're taking out the low from when price was trading at 47 cents. So while price is trading like 3 times higher than that, putting in a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence here. But this is one of those situations where it's possible, but it's basically so far away from confirming that not worth looking at as of this moment, because to confirm it right as of now, to make a local bottom here, you have to close it for this candles wick high, which is at around $3.10. You could double price right now and you would not be at $3.10. and once you but the positive fact about this is, as long as you're closing over 47 cents, you are eventually going to confirm this hidden bullish divergence. But this is a quarterly chart, so this could confirm in a year, could confirm in 2 years, could confirm in 3 years. We won't know until we have a local bottom here. Also, for this candle's closure is going to be that $3.10 number, but on this next quarterly candle, you're only going to have to close over about $1.55 to confirm it. That'll be a lot easier. But maybe on this next quarterly candle, we'll be trading at like 90 cents, 70 cents. It'll be a lot. Might be a lot more difficult as of that point to close back over $1.55. And as of now, you are just like ever so slightly like a ball sack here over the median. Median's at $1.10. You're like 3 cents over that. If you were to drop below the median, you are very likely going to be taking out this previous low. You're going to be coming down towards somewhere around 50 cents at a minimum after that. And that would be very XRP-like to retrace basically the entire move, make an ever so slightly higher low in this region here, and then try it again for the next cycle. Because here's what we did in the previous cycle. We did a pullback from the cycle highs of 85%, something like that. Yeah, 85%. If we were to take it 85% from this current high, we're currently down around 71%, by the way. 80% brings us to about 71 cents, which is exactly my meme line. And 85% brings us basically to the bottom 38.2%, right around 52 cents. And the last major low was at 47 cents on a closing basis. So even if we were to close at 52 cents, that still would just be a higher low, and a slightly higher low than the previous higher low. And XRP just likes to make these steady, slightly higher lows. We're just making ever so slightly higher low. This is at 33 cents. This one is at 3321. This one is at 3389, so not even a cent higher. And then this one is at like 47, so this is like 8 cents higher. And maybe the next one will be somewhere around 5 to 10 cents higher. Who knows? But as of now, you would also have a target of this bottom 38.2%, having broken into this 38.2%, which that also puts you around 47 cents. Let's go back to the quarterly for a second. And you got bearish divergence between the 2021 cycle and current cycle, because you did make a significantly higher high on a closing basis, but momentum made a lower high. And you did confirm it on this candle. Actually, no, you didn't. Yeah, you confirmed it on this one here, actually. And that took you down to the 21. Monthly also currently flipped up. It's slightly above that moving average, with volatility going still in contraction. And monthly has lost 38.2%, and you have reached the target of that loss of the 38.2%, which is your 78.6, and now you're losing the 78.6. You got about 11 days left to go. If you were to close below $1.23, 123, nice number, that's likely going to bring you down somewhere around like $1 for a little bit of a bounce, and you are likely going to break it at that point after the bounce. You're forming some hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points because momentum took out the low by a lot, while price is still making a higher low. And to confirm this, you will have to close back over same number, $1.55. 2 week is currently freshly flipping back down, very close to re-entering the bearish control zone, with momentum putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, with volatility expanding. And hidden bearish divergence did confirm on this last close, and we are now getting a silver cross to the downside as well. And we're getting a nice little dumpski associated with that silver cross, and we've lost 38.2%. We're rejecting 38.2%, and you're likely going to find yourself from around like 95, 96 cents after that. Weekly is flipping down, also making its way back into the bearish control zone. Weekly is putting in possibility of bullish divergence. It was previously populating. It no longer is, because you've dropped below the confirmation number, but it will require a close over $18.19 to confirm. As of now, you are back below that area, and you're very close to putting in a bearish engulfing dildo. And this will confirm as bearish engulfing with any close below $1.08. And then that'll bring you down towards somewhere around like 98 cents. Kind of seems like sub $1 is coming sooner rather than later. Plus, you're getting multiple rejections of this 38.2% and this 200 SMA. 5-day also giving basically the same setup as the weekly. About to put in a bearish engulfing dildo, getting a rejection of the 38.2%. And it put in the little trap of the bullish divergence, but it never confirmed it. And 5 days now turning into a pretty ugly shooting star dildo also. 2 days now breaking back into the 38.2% with hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $1.17. And this is also going to be a rejection of the bearish controls, or the bullish control zone. Daily now right at the median, not really getting any strong bounce from that median at all with hidden bearish divergence. Daily has confirmed the hidden bearish divergence, and you're likely going to move down from here to somewhere around $1. 4 hour, oh my bad, 4 hour also currently flipped up, putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below $1.11. And currently you are rejecting the median. You are likely going to come down to somewhere around $1.09 from here. And that will confirm your hidden bearish divergence. Alrighty, now let's look at XRP BTC. Should be basically the same. Yeah, getting rejection from the 21, multiple rejections, like you're going to find 61.8% now with quarterly momentum freshly flipping down. You got hidden bearish divergence on the quarterly, and that will confirm with any close below many zeros, 1797, which you are ever so slightly below us at this moment. Monthly also currently flipped down. Monthly's also got hidden bearish divergence, already confirmed. You forming a bearish engulfing dildo. You just will confirm with any close below many zeros, 1729. You are likely going to find your way somewhere around many zeros, 103 at that point. Two-week also putting in a bearish engulfing dildo, almost rejection of the median. 2 weeks about to silver cross down. Weekly is putting in hidden bearish divergence, about to confirm it. Also about to put in a bearish engulfing dildo. Brings you down to that many zeros, 1-4 zone for a little bounce. 5 day also putting in bearish engulfing dildo, with also hidden bearish divergence. Kind of looks a little bit worse than the dollar pairing, or the tether pairing. And you're about to get a fresh silver cross to the downside here on the 4 hour, also with a loss of your 200 SMA. Brings you down to this zone here. Let's look at the RSI. And by the way, Argentina is not my only bet that won. I bet on Mexico versus Korea, and Mexico won too. Look at me, I'm a bettor over here, sports betting.
Holy shit! Holy fuck!
Not too bad. After 3 losses, 2 wins, not too bad.
One more, and then you'll be break even, and then you're gonna start taking profits, baby.
But we'll not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's not go there yet.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Quarterly's got bearish divergence on tether. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $2.85. Your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the neutral zone. That currently is sitting at about 33 cents, and this will update. I don't think it's going to go to 33 cents because it likes to make higher lows. And that's not saying that much, though. 2 week putting in a local top with that silver cross. Going to bring you down towards about 80 cents. Weekly's got hidden bearish divergence. Critical zones at 78 cents. Lines up with somewhere in the 70s to the 80s. 5 days got bullish divergence, although you've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. From here, this will invalidate with any close below $1.13, which you are very close to. And your target from there is going to be on invalidation, the critical zone, which is currently at 68 cents, but we'll say 69 cents. 3 days got a local top, targets 92 cents. 2 days got a local top, target 73 cents. Daily's got hidden bearish divergence, going to target 92 cents. 4 hours got hidden bullish divergence. You've basically hit the easy target, which is the simple moving average. Next target from here would be the bearish control zone, and that puts you at 115, only really 2 cents higher. And then your critical zone is going to be the next target because you got hidden bearish divergence here, and the critical zone sits at about $1.05. Okay, let's look at momentum real quick. I had a short on this piece of shit at this 9, and for some reason I put my stop loss here, which was very stupid, and it took me out by like nothing.
That's the problem with it, right? It loves fucking you out of places.
It didn't even wine and dine me.
That's a shame at this point. I don't think even people do that anymore.
But man, I like to be wined and dined before I get fucked.
That's when she doesn't want to buy him the console, right? The video game thing.
Yeah.
And he ends up going to the future.
My mom is fucking me.
Yeah.
So quarterly got momentum freshly flipping down now. We're rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $2.38. Monthly is also flipped down with volatility expanding from almost extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $1.53. There is some slight hopium here is that you're making your way towards the 100 EMA, which currently sits at right around 91, 92 cents. And this is where you've bottomed at. Basically, every one of these last touches of the 100 EMA has been either a major low or a macro low. And you can't really go wrong in the past bidding this 100 EMA. You went slightly below it, like a couple of cents, and then from there you have been bottoming, and basically this is what your last touch of that 100 is before you busted up to new all-time highs. So whether this is going to be your macro low or not, you are likely going to get a very strong reaction at this 100 EMA right around this 93-ish cent, 90 to 93 cent zone. And we do have a lot of bearish divergence targets around that 91, 92 cent zone as well. And you are putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, which is going to stay possible as long as you are closing over about 51 cents. So ideally, this is for the more bullish case scenario on this is you come down towards this 100 EMA, basically do what you did here in 2022 and 2023, where you just grind out going sideways around that 100 EMA, and the 55 EMA gives you a range between about like 90 cents and $1.30. And from there, finish your bear market. Maybe you retest the low a couple of times, and then after several months, maybe a year or two, then you get your busting action. But the best case scenario is somewhere around this 100 EMA, around like that 90 cent zone. Let's go down. 2 week is currently freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 119 with a silver cross to the downside. Brings you down towards this 200, which is currently around like 87 cents, slightly below your monthly 100. And this is also where you bottomed at right before your busting action. Weekly is also flipped down with a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding for many periods of 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 127. 5 days, same thing, it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 116. 2 day flipped up, but it will flip down and then you close below 110. Daily also flipped up, but just about to flip back down, and it will flip down with any close below 116, plus this will reject the bullish control zone. And 4 hours currently flipped up, but it's very close to flipping down, and this will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $1.13. Plus you are getting rejections of your 9. Did you close over the 5? Let me zoom in. I think you got a rejection of the 5. Now you ever so slightly close back over the 5. So from here, maybe you'll get another tap of the 9 off of this silver cross to the downside, putting you around $1.14, $1.50. Likely not going to get back over 117. And then from there, you are going to probably make your way down towards somewhere around $1 for that bounce, and then eventually somewhere around that 92 cent zone. But if you wanted to start like bidding on XRP for a short-term or long-term trade, I would hold off from here and maybe start aiming for more of a short-term entry, maybe even long-term entries, depending on how long your time horizon is, around that monthly 100. Because if you're from as history has shown, you can't really go wrong in terms of long time frame investing, buying around that monthly 100 EMA. In the short terms, maybe you'll go a couple of cents below it, maybe you'll go 10-15% below it. But in terms of a monthly closing basis, you shouldn't really close too many, even one below it, but you shouldn't really close more than 2 or 3 below there. It would be ideally be the end your zone for more longer term entries for maybe 2, 3, 4 year horizon type of thing. But in terms of short term trading, you'd want to wait for maybe a daily bullish divergence somewhere around that monthly 100 EMA.
There's no like immediate trade, right? That you mentioned. Okay, yeah. Now, have you seen Cardano lately? This shit's down to prices from 9 years ago.
Yeah, I literally posted that on the Discord because I didn't look at it for a while, and then I was like, wow, how funny. They really do have a place in the corner.
9 years ago. By the way, I used to like get a lot of shit from people because I used to mock it all the time because they were like, you should buy NFTs in Cardano. I was like, I might as well just fucking shove my dick in a cow's asshole. I'm not gonna do that, buddy. And it's not, well, NFTs are picking up, like so far so good for me. But this is terrible. And by the way, my point is, I haven't heard a single person tell me anymore that this is good. Like not one. I think they all gave up on it. I'm not saying you should buy it. I'm just saying I think people just gave up on it.
I think they might have self-deleted.
Yeah, also. But you're literally almost at the open candle. Holy shit, that was at 86 cents. It's
where do you think Charles Hoskinson's private jets came from?
Well, yeah, of course. Get the fuck out of here. Wow.
Surprisingly, XRP looks a lot better, and the co-founder of XRP has bought like $60 million of cars in this year.
Well, the XRP has a blessing in the swords, like what's his face? Like Michael Saylor. Like XRP and the government have like a deal where they use XRP for a certain function, like strategy. And to be honest with you, I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's clear as fuck, right? At least the fact that everyone thinks that XRP is what US, like basically what Circle is. And they literally, like, without understanding it, they're saying that that's what that is. But XRP, I mean, I wish I had actually, I'm going to meet my friend that messaged me. I don't know if I told you guys. A friend of mine, my brother-in-law actually messaged me, and he goes, hey, bro, I'm with my friend that is from, like, he works at SpaceX or some shit, or NASA or some shit like that. And he told me to buy Cardano. It's really cheap. It's under $2, or he was like $2. And I was like, nope, no. Not right now. Not right now. Just wait. I'll tell you when to buy it. So he might have. I want to look it up and see.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I looked at AVAX too. That was like the L2s, I think, of 2022, 2021. Or maybe I think these are L2s. Oh, God. Just honestly disastrous shit. All around.
Avalanche. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Let me get the Binance one. Oh, yeah. Fuck. But that's the thing. When it was the bear market in 2022, and by the way, this is happening to companies too. It's just not that clear and evident for everyone yet, because companies are not at like the lowest of low they've ever been. But most companies haven't made a high since 2021. And with cryptos, when we got into the bear market of that, to me, the 2022 bear market of crypto was the 2000, the dot-com bubble burst, but for old cryptos. Like a lot of cryptos did this, right? And then ever since, they've been going to zero. Yeah, and it's what happened in the 2000s with the dot-com, with like pets.com and dick.com and balls.com. And, you know, and now that's happening with every single coin, except the ones that that are getting used. And there's very few of those. And that's what no one understands. People still come up with like all these, oh, it's an AI play. It's a dude, the AI agents, and they already told you they're gonna use Solana and USDC. They already said it. Like literally, they already announced it. Like for all of them, and people are like just building these crazy ass narratives for them. But most cryptos are going to go to zero, dude. There's no point of having like these tokens. Like even the token itself doesn't work. Like you want to be on the chain, trading on the chain that's fast and cheap. You have to buy the token in order to settle payments for gas fees, right? But the token, it's irrelevant, to be honest with you. It's just like an IPO that they did. So
it's true. Most don't want to hear about that. Coins going to zero, and only a few this cycle made a new all-time high. TRX, BNB, Sol, XRP, Ethereum barely did it, but he did it. Yeah, and that's it, really.
Nike, 2021. I'm telling you, it's not. I mean, we use it as a joke, but it's not a joke. Look at PayPal.
PayPal too. I was looking at.
Hang on, that's not PayPal, the actual company. Why is it showing me cryptos?
PYPL.
Oh, here it is. Thank you. PayPal, 2021, going down. Lululemon actually had a high in 2024, but it's done. It's cooked too. Look at this.
Yeah.
Like it's back in 2018 numbers. And that's what, like, and a lot of people don't understand the struggle that everyone is going to get into right now because Google is not a search engine anymore. That means for people to find your business, you need to do social media advertisement, and that's getting less effective every day. And what I mean by that is before, let's say you own a AC filtering company, like AC Filters. You would search AC filter, best AC filters, right? And then your company would come up first. But now, when you do that Google search, Google gives you which one is the best one based on who pays them the most amount of money. So small companies can't, like they just can't pay $60 million to Google versus like General Electric, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these companies are going to zero. A lot of these cryptos are going to zero.
Now you can buy a shirt of Lululemon for less than one of their shirts.
It's like BlackBerry. You can actually purchase thousands of them with the value of one of their phones, which I still can't believe they still make phones. But hey, listen, to each their own. Whatever. This is a great chart. Holy shit! I don't understand why and when I did this, but that's where it's at right now.
XRP holders everywhere are funding the founder's new hypercars.
Yes, they are. And especially that dude that's in charge of marketing, the crazy looking dude that keeps telling everyone that's going to go higher. God bless that dude. I'll be quick so we can do Solana and then get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
I'm going to run to the PP.
Perfect.
I'm going to mute myself too.
Perfecto. XRP, no entiendo por qué chingados esta tabla es tan perfecta, ¿no? De dónde estamos ahorita. No me acuerdo cuándo hice esto, pero pues ahí lo tienen. Estamos justamente en este soporte. Ahora, la versión más fácil para voltear a ver a XRP, el futuro de las finanzas en todo el planeta, es esta. Básicamente, en el mercado del 2022 a 2023, fondeaste en el promedio del 100 mensual. Ahora, ahorita estábamos nosotros analizando monedas que literalmente Cardano, Avalanche, todas se van a ir a cero, porque el mercado bajista del 2022, básicamente el 2021 fue el 99 de las .com para las empresas, es lo que fue el mercado del 2021 para las criptos, donde tuviste cualquier mierda que pusieras irse a millones de dólares. Y ahora, como en el .com, la mayoría de esas empresas desaparecieron. Y es lo que está ocurriendo en este momento con la mayoría de criptos, ¿ok? Por eso también digo, si vas a invertir en un cripto, aunque sea Ethereum o Cardano, ¿no? Que también se está yendo a cero otra vez, o Avalanche o lo que sea, tienes que entender que a menos de que en verdad tenga alguna función gigante que estés viendo ser ya implementada, tío, no que te digan en un Discord y que sean rumores pendejos, que esté siendo implementado, no puedes apostar en ello. Con eso dicho, no me voy a meter en esto. XRP definitivamente tiene un rol con el gobierno de Gringolandia y tu mejor oportunidad de compra está ante este promedio del 100 mensual. Este promedio del 100 mensual está muy cerca de donde está el precio ahorita. Estás hablando literalmente de una bajada de ¿cuánto? De máximo 16%. Estás hablando de algo en los parámetros de Bitcoin, ¿no? De cuando tocó fondo. Ahora, ¿cuánto tiempo va a durar esto yéndose de lado y la chica? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero a mi gusto, XRP está en una buena zona ya de compra. Porque puedes agregar la mitad de tu posición aquí, puedes agregar la otra mitad cuando llegues al promedio del 100. Y recuerda que el promedio del 100 mensual va a ir subiendo junto con el precio, ¿no? A menos de que creas que por alguna razón la XRP va a caer de vuelta a la zona de los 76 centavos, ¿qué podría ser? Tiene un buen argumento para que esta zona también sea tocada, pero simplemente basada en la debilidad del 2022, porque no teníamos datos de esto antes, ¿no? O sea, no, del promedio del 100 mensual NEL. Esa es una buena zona de compra. A menos de que XRP se vaya a cero, no debería de perder esto. Y si eres un bull en XRP, creo que esta es una excelente zona de compra, tío. Punto. No hay, ahora sí que no hay más, ¿no? Lo puedes ver en la semanal, lo puedes ver en la 2 semanas, lo puedes ver en lo que sea. Como sea, de todas maneras, está retesteando la zona que antes fue resistencia clara y ahora esto debería ser soporte. Tuviste un cierre bajo el promedio del 200 semanal, otro, y este sería tu tercero, pero también, bueno, y una vez más, el 2022, las altcoins también sufrieron más que Bitcoin y puedes ver que cerraste por debajo de el promedio de los 200 bastante, ¿no? Aquí está el promedio de los 200 y tuviste movimientos de hasta 40% abajo del mismo. Y ahora, ¿qué tan abajo estás del promedio de los 200? 10%, 40 te llevaría a 71 centavos. Entonces puedes ser más conservador, puedes decir, güey, esto va a caer a 76 centavos, me voy a esperar, no voy a comprar aquí, voy a empezar a comprar cuando llegue al promedio del 100 mensual, que está en 93 centavos, y voy a meter el resto de la lata ahí, o lo voy a dividir en tres, voy a comprar ahorita, otra tercera opción es el promedio del 100 y otra tercera cuando llegue a los 75. Porque, tío, si esta mamada pierde los 75 y vuelves a caer a este rango, que Dios los ampare a todos. Pero debería de aguantar, en mi opinión. Una vez más, hay un lugar en el mundo de la mala información y de lo que hace Estados Unidos para XRP, para que exista. Sí lo hay. No hay duda alguna de eso. Así que ahí está. Vamos a ver Solana y para cerrar esto de una vez. Y una vez más, si de verdad son alcistas en esto, ese promedio del 100 mensual debería de ser todo para ustedes. Alrighty, Mr. Alex.
Nice.
Solamis.
So yeah, Solana on the daily is looking like it is breaking down as well. I was actually trying to get a trade on this one, but it already just looks like it's playing out now, testing its daily 9. You should start just seeing bears take control here and start pressing this down towards $58. This only changes if you get a reclaim of about $76 on Sol. You'll be back within this range. Next target would be right in 85.86, and that's where you'd be watching your daily EMA 100. Till then, this looks like it's in breakdown now. You have daily volatility in contraction. So that's interesting because if we go actually to that $58, if we do, maybe then we'll have a volatility setup actually, right in that region, despite us going low. $58 from current market price is about like a 16% drop. So that should be good enough to go with some kind of volatility setup at that point. Bulls better pray and hope 58 holds. If not, you would aggressively dump to my buy zone around 39, 38 bucks. That's on the daily. You're just watching the daily 9. And just like ETH, you really did get a very easy trade off of the daily EMA 9 rejecting. Here we had 7%, another daily EMA 9 rejection. This gave you about 26%. And then even this one, which should end up, being a failure, still dumped 7%. So now back under the daily 9 and even rejecting it with a breakdown, to me, just seems very likely we are going to start moving down. So that's kind of what I'm watching. Again, hard for me to give a trade here because where's the stop? But if you are looking to short, $70 is the spot. And you're going to have a stop loss around 73. Now the weekly EMA 5 got tested, and now it looks like we're just grinding out the lower high here. Lower low, lower high, and you even have a weekly breakdown. This is confluence of a bearish retest. Now, just viewing the weekly, this really is in a bad spot. There's just nothing but air. And you will notice even there's a weekly volatility setup about to fire off, showing kind of how crazy the crypto market is right now. The fact that there's a weekly volatility setup with extreme low volatility of, let's see here, 6 weeks now, means that what we've been seeing the last 6 weeks is nothing compared to what's coming. Look at the last volatility setup we had, which was in January, which is what took Solana down all the way to 67. So here we get this volatility setup firing off. I absolutely think we could easily see $38 to $39 on Sol. And even Trend is saying it is still more likely to break down. That's why using that daily EMA9 loss is kind of interesting, actually, because maybe this is the start of a bigger breakdown. And even per HBDR on the weekly, we are now in a breakdown, and this is just a weekly bearish retest along with a weekly EMA5 retest, and even the meme line at $76. Not a sign of strength here for bulls, as volatility is about to fire off probably the next week or two, which is exactly, and even gives me actually more confluence on why I believe this week, if not next week, 1 to 2 weeks, possibly even this weekend, we do see the low on Bitcoin. I mean, Solana looks very primed for the next leg down, and I do believe this next leg down will be the last leg down. We'll actually retest this major zone, fill out this major inefficiency. As long as you hold above $40, you are going to get a measured move back up to around 57 and all the way up to around 90. So is this just a big range? We've seen pretty big dumps from this point. If we just solely view, let's just say the meme lines, you can see from this point, you actually were getting bought up on Solana. It wasn't until April 2022 where you lost it, leading to one terrible month for bulls, 45% down on a closing basis. Here, though, it's different. You've had multiple candle closures below it, and now you're seeing the follow through. This plays into the idea that really price doesn't need to just bounce here and stop. We literally could just put a massive red dildo all the way down to $38, $39. Exactly what occurred in 2022 here. Volatility just looks primed, no setup, but just primed. Looks like it is just moving up and once higher and mature. Now into July, you're going in for a lower high, but this is still in lower low posturing. If bears wanted, they could flex here and move all the way down, even lower than where we're currently at. We could even start, actually breaking under 50, essentially. Look at in 2022, lower low, and then you got a lower high, lower low. Last lower high was not, it was very shallow. You just one candle, rejected, down. You are in breakdown on Solana, which is just telling for the crypto markets as a whole. Crypto is looking very weak to me right now. Daily is in breakdown, and there's really nothing stopping price from moving back all the way to 58. Now let's check out the Sol versus Bitcoin chart. So it looks like bi-weekly is just putting in a lower high, confluence with Sol's lower high. Once you lose that 1019, there's really nothing but air, really until like that 0061. Pretty big drop here. Why would this change? unless you start seeing, let's say, 136 reclaimed, what would change from just lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, and this closes in 2 days, meaning into next week, are we about to just produce the next lower low on that new biweekly candle? Weekly gives you a volatility setup, lower high. Weekly is closing in 2 days as well. You couldn't even take out the previous major lower high at 114. So just all the way down. It's just been rejecting the weekly 9. So Solana's looking actually like it wants to break down. Confluence then of Bitcoin breaking down and possibly even Ethereum breaking down from here. You're just producing consecutive lower highs. Even after getting the 102 bounce, you just are producing another lower high at the same exact spot on the 2-day, which is at the 34 you've been simply rejecting. Not strong at all. If today you end up losing the 2-day EMA 9, implications for a move all the way back down to the 101, that would mean at current market price, we're going to dump at minimum 7% here. So watch Silver's Bitcoin. It's looking terrible. We're at 69 for the culture. You should start seeing this daily and 2-day really start dumping. Maybe it depends on the 2-day here. Let me draw this a little better. Now we're on the 2-day. Maybe it'll depend on the 2-day actually losing like $70. That would then lose the 5, and then we could start moving down back to 58. Lose 58, I do believe we're going to dump aggressively to 38, 39. So like I said, the easy trades on the daily, watch the 9, watch $70. Pay attention to 73 as a stop loss. And as long as you do stay under your daily 9, you are going to make a measured move to around 58, which honestly has implications for Bitcoin breaking down, maybe even that silver trade breaking down, ETH breaking down, and even strategy maybe opening with like a gap on Monday. Regardless, though, I'm not seeing strength, and Sol doesn't look bottomed or even like it wants to go up. Regardless, so we'll have to see how that reacts over the weekend. But yeah, very weak stuff overall. Very weak stuff, and we're in a bad spot for Sol where we've just every time seen major girthy green dildos or major girthy red dildos, not just half. So 11 days left to go. You really do have to wonder if we're about to fill this out, make a new low, and start moving down to $39.
Nice, senor. Thank you so much. Now, can I throw something at you real quick before you go? Top 2021, and then you had that giga pump all the way to here. What if that top and that giga pump was this one instead? Then you get your first big breakdown, which could be this one, and then close. We're somewhere between here and here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Clean, honestly. I think we're, like I said on Bitcoin, we are more close to a bottom than ever before in this whole bear market. So $40 or does it just hold the 69? That's the big question. But I do think if we get 39 to 40, that's an opportunity.
Because you got from the top to the actual bottom at $8, 60 bars, 60 weeks. That's a full year, basically. A year and 2 whatever. Right now, to where we at, that's 72 bars. 74 bars. So the bear market on Solana has been longer already than not the bear market, but top to bottom has been already longer right now. That's why to me there's some fuckiness here, and I think
so even this time is different on Sol than technically.
I just don't think it's different. I just think it's actually what it was, except you're not getting because right here this was very dramatic, dude. Like Solana came out for sale at $40, and then it went to $8, which was crazy.
Yeah.
And now, like the actual coins, this is my thought. The actual tokens that are here to stay are not going to fall anywhere near that, because the amount of Solana transactions, I'll say I'm a bull on ETH right now. You know that. but it's mostly because it's fucky and it's well, I'm a bull on ETH for the next cycle. That's what I'm saying. Not that right now ETH is going to just go up and whatnot. But I'm also on Solana, and specifically on Solana. Solana has 5 times the amount of transactions that ETH a day. And no one like fucking bats an eye at it. No one. It's crazy. So, and now from the bottom to like breaking out was what? So this is the bottom to breaking out. Another 44, let's call it 45 bars. So let's pretend that we already saw the bottom. That would be April 2027 when it starts to fucking break out. April 2027.
It's like Q2 next year. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
I agree, though. I think the bottom's close. If we at all break down from here, I do believe 40 will hold, 39.40. I don't think we'll at all go under that at all. Because that was like with Almeida being like massively longing into that, being liquidated, Sam Bankman-Fried. That was just a weird time. $40, though, I could see hold, and that would be the opportunity zone if we make the next leg down. If we don't and we just get back above that 76 and then possibly reclaim 95, this will start looking real good.
Yeah, at $40, you're buying the IPO price essentially of Solana, which would be insane.
Because it made a new high. So we know that next cycle, this is going to be good. That's right. So,
and by the way, this shit actually paid way more than anything else. From the bottom to the top, everyone gets excited about a 500% on XRP. This did 3,000%.
God, fucking damn.
Yeah. So,
and at 40 bucks, that's a free 7x to current highs, 8x.
Yeah, that's crazy. Absolutely insane. So just at the regular highs. The thing is, this is going to struggle a little bit more than ETH, for example, at posting new highs because of the supply, because this is inflationary at a way higher rate than ETH. Same thing with XRP, even if they do the math however they want to do it. And ETH is already either staying flat at 1% or deflationary for now. That's what I like about ETH right now. Eventually, XRP and Solana are going to become better at being deflationary, more deflationary than inflationary, but not right now. So Solana can have just another shot at this, like you're saying, in where was it that you said that at $40?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a 6x to the top. Like that's fucking beautiful. If you get there.
Even if it lower highs next cycle, it doesn't make a new all-time high. You get a 5-6x?
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Who's gonna say no to that? All righty, my boys. Well, you guys are motherfucking done. Is there anything you'd like to add before you guys run out?
Not for me.
Yeah, just watch the trading alerts, the Discord, and I'll see you boys on Monday.
All righty. Thank you. Appreciate you, boys.
Muchas gracias, señores. Hasta luego and buenas tardes.
Enjoy your weekend, fuckers.
Adios, boys. Thank you.
Vale. Listos. Solana, simplemente dado como Alex. Pueden ver que aquí en los $40 tenemos el IPO, el ICO de Solana, el Initial Coin Offering, ¿no? Que fue cuando salió, se fue a los 260 y después cayó hasta los $8. Solana ha tenido los mejores retornos de las monedas grandes en este mercado bajista alcista, donde del fondo al tope hizo un 3,300%. Hubieras hecho 33 veces tu dinero si compraste en $8. Y la gente en XRP se emociona porque hizo un 5X. O sea, esto es una locura. Ahora, ¿por qué me gusta más? Hay cosas que en Solana, a mí personalmente, me llaman mucho la atención, pero ahorita tengo que rotar mi atención a Ethereum. Y ahorita se las voy a decir. Les voy a dar exactamente lo que ve Alex. Alex está viendo que probablemente vamos a tener una siguiente movida para abajo, y esta siguiente movida para abajo nos debería llevar probablemente, si rompemos estos 57, a los $40. Y en esta zona es donde te atascas de Solamis, ¿ok? En los $40. ¿Por qué? Porque es donde salió la moneda fue donde tuvo resistencia y después explotó a la alza. Acá fue donde fue un gran soporte, rompiste a la baja, hiciste un SFP y esta ruptura te llevó al mercado bajista total de Solamis del 2022. Una vez que lo rompiste y lo usaste como soporte, reventaste, ¿no? Personalmente creo que puede llegar ahí. Se me haría, no estoy en contra de ello, se me haría una excelente entrada y valdría completamente la pena. Ya tal cual, donde está a altos históricos, estás hablando de un 3X, o sea, nada mal, pero de 40 acá arriba es un 6X, que ya se pone bastante seria la cosa. ¿Por qué Solana se me hace que va a continuar a la alza, etcétera? Solana tiene 4 o 5 veces el volumen de transacciones diarias que Ethereum. Solana es mi favorita, no es Ethereum, es Solana. Es mi favorita. Y en Solana tengo mis proxies de mis pendejadas que ya les conté, que saben en lo que estoy metido. Pero ¿por qué no Solana ahorita en vez de Ethereum? Porque a mi gusto Solana va a quedar una vez más haciendo un alto un poquito más alto que el pasado, si es que eso. Y la razón por qué es por inflación, la inflación de la cantidad de monedas que están creando al año. Lo mismo pasa con XRP, aunque XRP tiene otra diferente dinámica por cuánto supply tienen que hacer el unlock de él mismo. Pero la gente se va a pelear conmigo con esto, me da igual, tú eres el experto, tú eres el que sabe. Yo no, yo soy un pendejo, déjame equivocarme en mis cosas. Solamente estoy dándote mi teoría como el pendejo que soy. Ethereum es deflacionario. Ethereum o se queda menos de 1% inflacionario o se queda tablas o reduce el supply. Y es por eso, además de la cantidad de transacciones que va a tener sobre USDC, USDT y todo lo que viene con los agentes de IA. Y una vez más, me pueden decir todos que todo el mundo va a tener los ya elegidos y los que están siendo utilizados, probados y entrando en las cosas grandes son los que están en la red de Circle y los que están en la red de Ethereum. Punto. Punto. Puede que estén probando en mini pilotitos este y el otro para poder confundir a todo el mundo, pero son los que me interesan a mí, los que lo están haciendo en grande. Y una vez más, JP Morgan Chase es dueño de Ethereum y es por eso simplemente apuéstale al diablo y ganarás dinero, porque el dinero es el elemento del diablo. ¿Qué estamos viendo ahorita entonces en Solana? Un retesteo bajista, si lo estamos viendo en la semanal del promedio del 5, y lo único que tenemos que hacer es llevarnos los 62.70, que es el bajo de esta vela, para confirmar que estás en una tendencia bajista y probablemente vayas a llevarte este mínimo en los 60 e ir a estos 57. Si los 57 no aguantan, probablemente veas esos 40 porque hay literalmente solamente aire hasta los 45 mínimo. Entonces, entre 45 y 40 sería ese movimiento por este momento. Si te acercas más a la diaria, dame un segundito. En la de harina es muy importante que pierda este nivel, porque si no pierde este nivel, y lo pueden ver así, si no pierdes este nivel, estás empezando a subir. Discretamente, pero estarías empezando a subir. Ahorita lo que Alex estaba diciendo es, se le escapó el corto en Solana, agresivamente podrías entrar acá en 70 y usar tu invalidación en 73, pero para mí eso queda bastante lejos, ¿no? Sí. Mejor tienes, y ahora podrías, si esto sube, bien, pero si no, vas a tener un cruce plateado a la baja, ya tuviste el alcista en la de 4 horas acá, que te llevó de ¿cuánto? De 68 a $75 y ahora lo tendrías a la baja. Eso quiere decir que cualquier cosa retesteo del promedio del 9. Y aquí lo puedes hacer más elegante. Tienes el 70, si es que quieres entrar desesperadamente en un corto. 70 y acá en el promedio del 9 o donde estás, que son 69.23. Y lo cortas si ves que subes de esto. ¿Puedes llegar más alto? Yo creo que sí. También puedes usar la elegancia de Francia con el retesteo del promedio del 100 en 71 y ahí es donde te sales en, básicamente aquí arriba en 73, vamos a decirle. Si eres más conservador, esa sería la jugada conservadora de Solamis. Una cosa que les quiero enseñar es esto. El nepe, no es cierto. Quiero que visualicen esto. Tope en Solana del 2021 y este fue el siguiente tope que fue de 70 a 140, ¿no? El movimiento que nadie esperó. Y después tuviste la siguiente pata para abajo y su primera consolidación bajista a la siguiente pata para abajo. Tope, segundo movimiento, consolidación bajista y fondo. Para mí eso es lo que es. Que estás muy cerca de o ya viste el fondo. Yo esperaría que podamos tener un movimiento más a la baja. Eso es lo que yo quiero. Es lo que me daría todo lo que estoy buscando. Pero es por esto, porque quiero que pongan atención a las fechas. Y esto es por fecha, ¿ok? Del tope, espérame, lo voy a poner en la semanal para que sea todavía mejor, más claro. Del tope a ¿no? Al segundo alto fuerte, fueron 20 barras, 20 semanas. Del tope al segundo alto fuerte, fueron 35 semanas. ¿Ok? 35 barras. Entonces, de aquí, básicamente, para que lo entiendas, de aquí a acá, 20, de aquí a acá, 35. ¿Ok? De aquí al fondo, 39 barras, 39 semanas. De aquí a donde estamos, 39 semanas. La misma cantidad de semanas de aquí a acá. Ahora, puedes argumentar, pero güey, al mismo tiempo se ha tardado más bien. Del tope al fondo fueron 60 barras. Del tope a donde estás ahorita lleva 74. Y recuerda que el tiempo es lo que dicta más esto que cualquier otra cosa, porque son inyecciones de liquidez a través de ciclos fijos dentro de 4 o 5 años, ¿no? Que son 4 años en realidad, se mueve igual. Y es eso lo que a mí me hace pensar que puede que esto juegue diferente. Una vez más, hay más fuerza que en el mercado del 2022. Hay más monedas probadas como Solana, como Ethereum, como XRP, que han tenido nuevos altos históricos, ¿no? Y hay monedas que ya van a desaparecer, las que no hicieron sus nuevos altos. A menos de que sea una moneda que tú me mandaste porque es el nuevo sistema financiero, porque está tokenizando todos los assets del real world assets y ya no ha hecho un alto más alto, pero no importa porque es lo que te dijeron en el Discord. Entonces esas monedas. Pero para mí estas monedas que han hecho otro alto son las buenas. Nada mal, honestamente. Nada mal en donde está parado. Simplemente yo no estoy esperando esto. Yo creo que ya dimos este movimiento, la consolidación y el siguiente movimiento para abajo. Ya está dado. Consolidación y este fue el siguiente movimiento para abajo, fue este. Ahora, instantáneamente no llegó al fondo en ese movimiento. Puede que te dé otro jaloncillo, ¿no? Puede. Pero por el tiempo que tomó Solana en llegar al fondo de acá, tomó un año, de noviembre del 2021 a diciembre del 2022, un año y un mes. Has estado en un mercado bajista desde enero del 2025. Llevas un año y medio, a junio del 2025. Llevas año y medio en un mercado bajista esta vez. ¿Y cuál es la diferencia? La diferencia es lo que marca Bitcoin para mí. Fue una distribución lenta y acá fueron topes, pero eufóricos. Y es lo que está pasando en el fondo, es una distribución lenta. Es a mi gusto lo que estoy viendo. Ramón, no te puedo decir qué hacer, ¿no? Porque invertiste en Sandisk, que qué chingón si estás en ganancias y te quema. Vende parcialmente algo si te da, ¿no? Pero también no quiero ser yo el, güey, es que vendí porque este pendejo me dijo, no estoy ahí, ¿no? Simplemente podrías agarrar un porcentaje de tus ganancias, llevártelo a casa. No sé si tengas suficiente para cubrir toda tu posición, llevarte toda tu entrada y dejar lo demás correr gratis. No sé cómo estés parado, pero si te está tocando en la cabeza eso, y también tengan una idea de cuánto es bueno ganar para ustedes todo el tiempo. Porque si estás ganando, siempre lo digo, 5% a la semana, 10% al mes, 20% cada 3 meses o 50% cada 6 meses y llegas a esos lugares, salte, tío, ¿no? Depende de cómo lo veas tú. Y también tienes objetivos, lo estás viendo. No te puedo decir, mi estimado, pero tú sabes, tío. Has hecho un 295%. ¡Wow! Sí, o sea, ya tienes ganancia y media, o sea, no mames. Ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es todo, damas y caballeros. Me voy a cortarme las greñas. Que vean esto, tengo pelo de pinche loco y no voy a poder ver el partido de Estados Unidos, así que felicidades para mí, pero espero que ustedes sí lo vean, si es que les interesa. Está bueno el Mundial, está divertido, pero ya quiero que pongan partidos buenos. Ha sido Martinica contra, ¿se acuerdan? Ahorita Brasil juega contra los haitianos. Pobre Haití. Todo lo que les ha pasado, los políticos de mierda que les han dado, los temblores y la selección de Haití. Ni modo. Piénsenlo. Podría ser mejor, podría ser de Haití. Nos vemos el lunes. Pórtense bien, gracias por todo.